on the board.
Or no?
Okay. For the record, I'm Aaron O'Connell, Assistant Attorney General for the Land Board. The board has returned from executive session discussing with limited privilege attorney-client communication regarding ongoing litigation in the matter of the G, State of Colorado, San Miguel County District Court, case number 2021 CV 30013, and the board's purchase of property in Otero County known as the Manzanilla Farm. No board actions were taken in executive session. The board is now back on the record and ready to proceed with the rest of its publicly noticed agenda.
And I'm going to pop us into public.
Yep.
We've got some attendees filing in. I think we're good to go.
All right, terrific. This is the January 11th, 2023 Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners meeting. We did have the meeting called to order previous to an executive session that we just concluded. 4 of the 5 commissioners are present today, 2 virtually and 2 here in person. And we expect potentially our 5th commissioner, Commissioner Frobe, to be joining virtually. So we'll just keep an eye out for her. Our first order of business will be public comment on anything not related to an agenda item. And related to public comment in general, we did receive some public comments online. So I just want to note that those have been received by the commissioners. And we do have those as part of the record. But I don't have any public comment here in the room. Nick, do we have any online?
Folks in the audience, if you'd like to address the board with public comment for items not on our agenda today, now's the time to do that. Use the raise hand feature on your Zoom viewer on your end, and we can bring you to the mic. Commissioner, I don't have any hands raised at this time.
All right, let's just go ahead and move forward. Director Ryan, announcements?
Just one announcement, and that is to congratulate Commissioner Chavez on his recent, is it an appointment to the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Federal Advisory Committee? I learned of this, and look, this is a really important and powerful policy group for the communities that you represent. And so if you want to tell us a little bit about it, and I just think it's great that you're on it. I think it will be hugely helpful to us, the land.
Yeah, and it's I certainly have a lot to learn. It's the administrator of the EPA is looking for, confluence with climate change, agriculture, what we can do together, how can we make improvements. There's I think 30 folks that are on the board, more or less. But it's just like scary. These guys are head of Tyson, head of JBS, head of the dean at CSU will be on it. And it's some really smart people. So it's I'm pretty excited. I'll be going to Washington next week, a couple of days for a meeting and kind of lay out what the administrator is looking for, what kind of information. But yeah, I'm excited. I hope, and I would certainly hope I can rely upon some of the staff on questions, particularly things that I have no idea what, that would be really helpful. But no, thank you. And yeah.
Well, congratulations. And we're looking forward to sharing our insights with you and having you share them
Absolutely.
what you learned with us. So
Thanks
it's great.
very much.
Very, very good. All right. And then
One other
I'm
answer.
sorry.
I think Abe Medina told me I'm authorized to say this, but commissioners, we've talked before about our lessee outstanding in the field that puts on these dinners at these giant
Yes,
long
yes.
tables, and they've leased a few parcels from us to put the dinners on. Abe learned a couple of days ago that they are going to do another one at Lowry this year. July 19th is the tentative date. And as we get more information, we'll send that out to you all. But if you want to put a hold on your calendars for July 19th, I know this is something I'm excited to attend, and you may as well. So we'll get invitations out to you. But Abe told me to make sure to let all of the commissioners know that that was happening.
That's awesome. Excellent, okay. With that, do we, Vanessa or DNR? No,
Commissioner Director, I'm not seeing
Okay.
Vanessa online or
Okay.
on chats or anything.
well, then we're just
Moving
moving
along
around.
smoothly.
Yeah, okay, so we'll move to our business items. Director Ryan, staff report?
I do want to call attention to the videos that Kristen produced from for the award winners at our December meeting. We are the front page of the Lyman Free Beacon or whatever the Lyman paper. There are several papers that have picked up the story and featured our lessees prominently in the paper. So wonderful PR. Kristen, thank you again. For any of you who weren't able to stay for the awards, we do have the videos and hope you're able to watch them. They were embedded in the staff report. So if you'd like to, you can click on them. I want to commend Chris Smith for completing the disposal of Bald Mountain in Ohio Valley. We talked about that for years. Really, all right, let's give it to Matt LaFontaine. I see you smiling. Matt's where the rubber met the road there, but congratulations. Thanks for getting that over the goal line. Boulder County now has some new open space commissioner that they own.
Yeah, and I would also mention Abe. He realized 8 years ago or more that we were leasing this land for a very low value and had the initial conversations with them to restructure the lease and their mindset that if they wanted to continue to use this, they need to purchase it. So I think we got the ball rolling. You should
Thank you.
shout out for that.
And
We have Director Frobe joined us.
Commissioner.
Commissioner.
Demoted.
Yeah.
Steven.
Promotions, demotion.
So let our record reflect that we've got all 5 commissioners present now. So those are the only things I wanted to call attention to in this report. Do you all have any questions? Okay. Good.
All right, we are going to spend a little bit of time talking about our grazing rate survey. And I think Jared's doing that with us.
We all hope he is, yes.
I hope so too.
I do not have Jared online.
This is wildly interesting today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Early. I'll chase him down. Make small talk.
Commissioner Frobe, you found us.
I did. My apologies, everybody. I'm time zone challenged.
You want to tell us about the ag farm?
Yes, to kill time,
Love to.
Sure.
I need to come up.
Yes, sure.
Come on, we're kind of.
That's how this
casual today.
works.
Take a seat.
Kristen Kim for the record, and to fill a little bit of time, I could talk about our grazing agriculture forums that are coming up.
Oh, it's nice.
But it is going to be really great. Next week, Tuesday and Thursday in Pueblo and in Fort Collins, we're hosting Dave Batt, who is known nationally for his grazing management expertise to make a profit and treat the land well. And so far we have, I think, about 75 agriculture lessees coming in attendance. So if you're free next Tuesday or Thursday, please join us
Is it in person or virtual?
in person.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen.
Glad to have that many people participating. Welcome.
Morning.
Jared, and we will be talking about the grazing rate survey.
Yes.
Jared. Give the mouse a click and it maybe 1 or 2, it might start to respond after, and you can use the back arrow if you want to go back. There you go.
Yes, good morning. I'm here to speak to you about an information item, grazing lease rates, our process. I'm Jared Smith, Northwest District Manager. Just to start off with, for the benefit of the public or the audience who are listening that aren't very familiar with the State Land Board. State Land Board, our fiduciary duty is to, we have a legal and ethical obligation to act in the best interest of our trust beneficiaries. State Land Board's main mission is to manage the perpetual assets that we own for intergenerational public trusts with the financial support of Colorado's public schools and other public institutions. This mission is essentially split into a dual focus of generating reasonable and consistent income over time, as well as stewarding and protecting the long-term productivity and having sound stewardship of the working trust lands. So today's topic, I'm focusing really on the revenue aspect that is generated from the grazing leases and ag leases across the state. But we do also recognize that our grazing lessees, they're a main focus of stewardship for us as well. So right now, around 96% of the state trust land across Colorado is leased for agricultural use. Around these around 2,000 ag leases provide just under 13 million in revenue this past year. And the grazing lease rates are set by board policy 300-004. And this is just an infographic that shows what that board policy, how it sets rates for irrigated cropland, dry cropland, as well as grazing. And so today we're really focusing on the grazing aspect. So the formula that we use essentially is we hire a third party, typically CSU, but it has been other groups in the past, to conduct a statewide survey of grazing rates. We then take the rates from CSU or the third party, multiply it by a percentage of, it's an adjustment to accommodate lessees for improvement costs and ownership. So when we're talking about conducting farming, ranching in Colorado, there's two options. You either own your land or you lease your land. The State Land Board is unique in that we have ownership across the state and almost all of the counties that we provide a leasing bank of land for agricultural operators that either don't own their own property or looking to expand. Obviously, the pros of owning your own land, you're not answering to someone when you want to make decisions on your operation. Owning your own land does require a lot of capital in terms of improvement costs and startup if you're looking to purchase. And so with the State Land Board, since we own the property, we offer, a benefit to people that are looking to start up or expand. There's minimal capital needed to lease land. Obviously, we have a contract that the lessee has to sign, but in our eyes, that's the only negative that we have. And just to dive into the differences between renting from State Land Board versus leasing from another private landowner or the federal agencies, BLM, US Forest Service, national parks. State Land Board, our rates are typically around 20% below market rate, and that's established through our survey, our statewide survey. When you're renting from a private landowner, you're typically paying a market rate or more. With the federal agencies, their rates I know are set by a different process. They're typically a lot lower than private and state land board. However, they have a lot more public use and input than the other two categories. A large benefit with the state land board is our 10-year ag lease term, which is rare in the private market. Typically, private leases are either year to year, and they may range up to 5 years. And so a lot of lessees really seek out state land board leases just because of the length of term that we have. Again, we have a lot of acres across the state, 2.8 million acres spread out across a lot of counties. We do offer a lot of cost sharing opportunities. We have a number of different funds that we can utilize to help develop water projects, cross fencing to help with grazing pressure. Typically, if you're leasing from a private landowner, either the improvement costs are on the lessee fully, or there's I guess an increase in rent if the private landowner owns everything and pays for those improvements. We also offer lease renewal options, which are set by statute. Again, renting from a private landowner, that's typically not seen with those private contracts, that the renewing lessee would have renewal rights or first right of refusal like the state land board offers. So I've spoken about the survey process. This was established in 1996 through meetings with industry representatives, including CCA and other groups. The idea was that we wanted to bring in these agricultural partners to help establish a process that everyone essentially agreed upon versus the state land board developed. I think prior to 1996, the state land board set rates based kind of on internal discussions versus using outside information and third parties. So as I mentioned, CSU or other statistical groups will conduct a statewide survey rates, a rate survey, and this information is given to the land board. We utilize that in setting the rates. This survey occurs every 3 years, and that was established again in 1996. So the first survey that we did was in 1999. And every subsequent 3 years, we've gone through this same process. And as I mentioned, the results from these surveys are used to set our statewide rates. An important thing to point out is what we call the grazing regions that the statewide survey utilizes. It's on this slide that I have up. There's 5 different grazing regions. These were established in 1999, and they have not changed since. We've felt that if we, as the land board, use the same boundaries as our districts, our district boundaries change over time. And if we're trying to compare backwards to past survey rates, we want to make sure that we're not using apples and oranges. It's the same boundaries, the same counties that are input for each grazing region. And so this is compared to our current district boundaries. As you can see, we've got 6 districts. They're pretty different than what the grazing regions are that we use for the survey. So we just want to keep that in mind when we're talking about these rates. So we have multiple inputs for establishing our grazing rates. It's not just the statewide survey that we use. we also have districts collect at least 10 private lease rates. So we're shooting for at least 60 private rates collected by staff on the ground of private rates as well. And we do this just to make sure that when we get the statewide survey back that we're not seeing drastically different numbers from what we've seen in talking with producers on the ground. We can also use our competitive bid results from internally. So when we have leases that receive competitive bids, or if we have an RFP that receives a lot of bids, we utilize that data as well, just to, again, to gauge where rates are throughout the state.
Can I add, Jared, can I? Yeah, and I think it was clear in the memo, and I'll just highlight it on the previous slide. Previous boards, I think appropriately questioned how effective the survey was. Did people know why they were being surveyed? Would they answer honestly? Did we have enough responses for a valid statistical response? So the collecting of the private lease contracts in particular was something the board asked us to do a number of years ago. So just to put that in context, that's sort of developed over time. And for those reasons.
Does BLM share information with us or any federal landowner?
So the BLM, again, I think their rates are set. They're set publicly, and I don't believe they do competitive situations.
There's yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. They're set publicly, so we know what they are, but they're very different. Their requirements are very different than ours, and their rates are very different than ours. So it has not been a good apples to apples for us.
And so if the process, if it's not confusing enough, we do have 4 different adjustments that we use across the state on our ag leases. This has been established again over time to adjust for improvement costs. So we have four tiers that we split out our leases, tier 1, 2, 3, and 4. So when we're talking about tier 1, that's a 10% adjustment below what market rates are. And tier 1 is our properties where the state land board owns all the improvements. So again, the idea is that in tier 1, the land board has that initial cost of improvements, and that 10% is built into the lease rates to allow maintenance by the lessees, those costs and time and effort. Tier 2 is our largest tier in terms of leases and land. I'd say roughly 80% of our leases fall into this category, where the state land board either owns a part of the improvements or all of the improvements are owned by the lessee. And so again, that 20% helps offset the initial costs of the improvements owned by the lessee as well as the maintenance. Tier 3, this is what we call our captured parcels, that they're either surrounded, they're an in-holding within the lessee's private land, or it's completely surrounded by a BLM grazing allotment where only one operator is running. So these are essentially, we don't have the opportunity to put them out in competitive bid because there's only one party that has access to the parcel. Because of that, we have a 25% adjustment, again, to offset improvement costs, but also to accommodate the lessee being the only one that can access and utilize the property.
Yeah, I think it's in recognition of if our rates are too high, they can simply say no, and then we don't have any. So,
and then tier 4, tier 4 is for our large contiguous properties that are the rates are set through an RFP. So we're talking about Sherman Creek. We're talking about these large ranch properties that we lease out, and those rates are essentially separated out from the tier 1, 2, and 3.
I just had one thing, right on like tier 2 or tier 3, where we're given a 20% adjustment for, because the lessee had made the improvements, but if when the lease expires and goes to competitive bid, they lose it, and then the new lessee, I guess, pays for the improvements. How is that valuation? I mean, we're giving them a discount, but then they get all their money back if they lose the lease. I mean, how does, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't get that part.
yeah, that's a good point.
But I think it's two different things. So we believe, only not, believe in a private lease, in most cases, the landowner owns the improvements and is responsible for the maintenance and repairs and everything. On our leases, in a tier 1, see if I get these right, tier 1, we own the improvements, but we rely on them to provide the labor
Maintenance.
for maintenance. So that's where the adjustment comes in. You asked about tier 2 and tier 2.
And I understand that. I'm just looking at if they a competitive bid,
Yeah.
and then they get reimbursed for everything they
Well,
put in anyways, or how
but
are
along the
those
way,
assets valued at that point?
Oh, how are they valued?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I can speak to that. So our process is for improvements that the lessee owns if they're outbid on a lease. They are allowed to set the price of the improvements. And if the incoming lessee does not agree with that valuation, the landlord steps in. We make our own value based on the condition of the improvements. If the parties still don't agree on that, then we hire an appraiser, and that's paid for by both the incoming and outgoing lessee. And then that whatever the appraiser says that's the price. So
I'm sorry, this is Assistant Director Greg Okish. I thought you also said you felt like they double dip.
Well, yeah, because they're getting a discount on the lease on the per AUM.
But the idea
But
is,
if they, and again, it's not the goal for them to be, we want them to be on the
Yeah.
land forever.
no, I think there's a reasonable explanation for that. The thinking is, again, if they were leasing from a private party, they could use the capital that's tied up in improvements for their herd or for other purposes. So they've got an investment cost while they're working with us. And so I think we call it a fair market adjustment. We have agreed to recognize the fact that their capital investment has value. We don't have to make it, so our money's earning something somewhere else. Because they do, we're willing to adjust our charge for the use of the land down. So I don't think they get double paid at the end.
No, it's just a curiosity, really, not a curiosity, but they're getting a discount and they're maintaining ownership in essence, but.
Commissioner Frobe has her hand up.
Commissioner Brown?
Thanks, Nick. I had some of the similar questions about the adjustments to follow the line of questioning from Commissioner Chavez. If somebody actually did make the make the improvements and lost the lease, they get a check reimbursing them for their improvements, and the state land board moves on to another lessee. You just explained that there's this negotiation about the payment, but in the end, doesn't then a tier 2 become a tier 1 where there's state land board? The state land board has basically bought the improvements, and now it's an incorporated state land board property and improvements.
yeah, that's correct. So if a
No, it's not.
lessee,
No, it's not.
well, it's correct, and if a lessee turns in their lease.
But in a normal
And
situation,
either by it. Yeah, and in a normal situation, if the state land board does not assume ownership of the improvements, it stays as a tier 2.
the negotiation, Commissioner Frobe, is between the two lessees. We're only kind of a mediator. So
I see.
or the previous lessee is selling their improvements at their value to the new lessee. The
That
ownership
was
stays.
confusing. I get it now. All right. So it's a transfer, the improvements transfer to the successor lessee based on a payment that is ultimately agreed upon between the two parties.
There's another component to this that's probably important. The reason our leases require staff to approve any improvements on state trust land is we don't want the state trust land over improved
Right.
to make it a disincentive for competitive bids. So the only improvements they're reimbursed for, or that they have an opportunity to be reimbursed for, are those we've approved in our lease. That's called authorized improvements.
Got it. I'll hold my other questions till we get through the tier 4 and whatnot. Thanks.
Actually, this might not be a bad time. I was gonna let you, well, go ahead. I want to speak to something you brought up last month, Commissioner Fro, but I'll do it at the end.
Okay, I wanted to get to that too, but we'll talk about it maybe later. Justin, did you want to describe tier 4? And maybe that answers my question.
Yes, so tier 4 is our larger contiguous properties that are essentially standalone ranches. We have a few of those that are, the rates are established by an RFP. And so we have Sherman Creek in my area, and there's a few larger properties. You probably have a better idea, Greg.
Yeah, I think this only applies to a very small niche of leases, because as Jared said, it applies to a group of leases that are pretty old, 20 and 25-year leases that are just coming to expiration, where the lease rates were set a long time ago. Generally today are all at our standard rate, and we don't discount it. We give them an adjustment from the standard rate. When we get a competitive on a new ranch, that's the rate. If somebody bids $25 per acre, and there's no adjustment to that, that is their bid. So
Okay.
this is really a small niche of old legacy leases that are slowly expiring. It's the
And
Bohart.
when they expire, they go to competitive bid and we lose the adjustment.
They go to an RFP, and then whatever that party bids is what the rate is.
Okay. Good. So the 10% is not on an RFP, which was my clarification.
And that does remind me, I don't think I've done a good job of explaining all these rate adjustments. That's the base rate. So if we do have leases that are, whether they're in tier 1, 2, or 3, they have competitive bids that rate those, the competitive bid rate that comes in, that's the rate. It's not adjusted afterwards. So this is just our base rate for all the,
Okay.
the beginning rate that we start with. So. All right, any other questions on this area?
No.
All right, so when so we just did the survey for 2022. And again, the 3 inputs that we have are the survey data, which CSU did this past year. Staff collected data in all 6 districts. And then we utilized internal competitive bid data in looking at the results. In terms of what we do with our outreach to our lessees and industry representatives, we always are in communication with CCA. They're probably the largest group in terms of producer representatives that we interact with. They have their midwinter meeting next week, and I'll be presenting the results of the survey to them. They're typically involved when we come to the board with the results, and they will always have input or comments on the rates. In past years, we do have an agricultural roundtable with other groups, including CCA, but other industry leaders as well that we discussed this with. I don't believe we have based on the timing this year, I think that meeting might be in March. And so we won't be having that prior to next month's presentation on the survey results, but in the past, this has been a group that we talk to as well. And then we also have direct communication with our lessees, not just through our website, but also we do mailers, and the local district offices. We're always in communication with our lessees when we have this rate change. So I think with that, do we have any any burning questions on the process.
I do not see any.
No burning question.
No burning questions.
This is Greg Okish, Assistant Director. Commissioner Frobe, you said something in passing last month that was, you may not have realized it, but struck us as not profound, important. You were
Definitely not profound.
You were complimenting Mindy on the stewardship report, and in sort of, you said, I know there are other tools you use like stewardship leases, et cetera, and it struck me, we have not for a long time updated the board. A little more of a deeper dive on what Jared just said there. That relationship between revenue and stewardship is an important one. And our feeling is if rates are too high, we're probably not going to get good stewardship, but there is a balance. And so our leases contain a number of stipulations and requirements for how people perform on the land, geared towards stewardship outcomes. But we haven't for a long time given you an update on the other things we've tried in leases, what's worked, what hasn't, what tools we're actually using today that we think are effective, and what we maybe aspire to over the next 5 or 10 years. So either next month or in March, we're going to come back with sort of a different flavor of this presentation, less specific to today's rates and more general in terms of how do we accomplish stewardship through leasing our state trust lands for grazing.
Yes, exactly. And so I'm looking forward to that.
Good. So it was profound, see?
Or this is Commissioner Chavez, will we talk about not today, obviously, but the irrigated crop?
Mhm.
That one doesn't make sense to me either.
Oh, okay.
That like double dipping type,
Yeah,
splitting the cost of a sprinkler over time, or maybe it's not over time and
sure.
those kind of
We can come back with that.
Great, thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
All right, I propose we take a little bit of a break, so we do something of a time check too. Oh, and Vanessa's here. Let's hear. Let's hear from DNR. Do you have a report for us? And then we'll take a little break from walk through the rest of our agenda.
I'm just having my notes in my lap here because they've been a couple of late burning updates, and also apologies, commissioners, for my tardiness. I hope to make up for it in excitement. Vanessa Mazal, I'm a policy advisor with the Department of Natural Resources, who give the department's an update on behalf of executives. Lots going on, so I'll try and move quickly. In terms of starting out with the budget, Governor Polis, as you may know, submitted supplemental budget request for the 2023-24 fiscal year earlier this week to the Joint Budget Committee. It reduced the overall budget from 42.7 billion to 42.6 billion, based on revised forecasts that came out in December, including some revenue, state revenue applications from several of the ballot measures that were passed in November, and also kind of continued inflation projections. So DNR's budget in particular was decreased 21% from 512 million, which I reported last month, to 402. That includes, it does include increases, an additional 5 million for wildfire mitigation in the current fiscal year, and then also 7.6 million for state water plan, Colorado water plan grants. And then other priority areas that I think are an emphasis are clean energy and electrification incentives and rebates. Interestingly, perhaps this includes hydrogen and geothermal energy production, as well as industrial facility modernization and efficiencies, FYI, and also drought smart agriculture incentives as well. Some of these programs also will be augmented by federal dollars from the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act that were passed last year, this year and last. Also workforce development and training, and then education and healthcare, and a $15 million placeholder right now for a land use package that is a priority in the upcoming legislative session for the governor for affordable housing and local zoning. I think it's been in the media a bit. You may have heard some things about it. it's very much coming together, so nothing to report out yet, but it's certainly important. It will be an important emphasis. In terms of staffing at the executive director's office, we hired, my boss hired our new assistant director for energy innovation, which I've spoken about recently. Aaron Ray, who's coming from the national, gosh, I'm gonna mess up. The National Conference for State Legislatures, and was previously at OSBB, is going to be coming on board on February 6th. We're very excited. Hopefully you'll get a chance to meet him, maybe in the next meeting or if not soon. Also, our new legislative director, Daphne Gervais, came on board last month, just after we met. She's been trial by fire. She replaces Alice Morgan, who is going on maternity leave really imminently. And also Angela Bogue, who's our assistant director for Forest Health and Climate, also going on maternity leave imminently. So we will have some shortages. We will be stretching in all directions. It'll be an exciting time. Let's see what else. Oh, I've mentioned a few times, I think we've been delayed in posting the tribal liaison position, but that is coming online, I'm told, in the next week or so. So exciting. Can't wait to get that in place as well. Legislative updates. Legislature convened, step one. DNR's legislative staff, both Alice right now and Daphne, are reviewing, I think, around 300 bills that were introduced as top 5 priority bills by legislators. And also DNR and Department of Agriculture had our SMART Act hearing yesterday. Are you giggling at me?
No, I was giggling. I was going to say last night. You were going to say yesterday, and it was last night.
It was late last night, right? I went first, so that was daytime, really. And I don't know, it's the state measurement for accountable, responsive, and transparent government act. I was definitely going to botch that, so I'm glad I had it written down. It requires executive agencies to update on their regulatory agendas and performance plans. So that happened. I think it went well. Moving to division updates, Colorado Parks and Wildlife we've implemented the search for the new director, who that search will be open through, I think, January 18th. We would expect that the hiring process will take a couple of months. Maybe we'll have something to announce in the spring. The wolf reintroduction plan, which was released last month, is open for public comment through February 22nd, and there are upcoming stakeholder meetings taking place that DNR and CPW are convening. The Keep Colorado Wild Pass, which passed in the legislature, which is a discounted park pass that's tied to vehicle registration, I think we've mentioned a few times, became available, excitingly, last week, and we're targeting 28% uptake. It's a little confusing right now. They haven't figured out how to parse out eligible vehicles from not eligible vehicles, so we don't know the overall uptake rate right now. Looking at all the vehicles, I think it's at 23%, but they know that they think it's actually higher in terms of those vehicles that will be eligible for this. We'll also in the governor's budget was a $2 million investment to essentially roll out and promote and educate about that opportunity to the public. Colorado Parks and Wildlife and GOCO and DNR are in the final interview stage for a contractor or consultant to lead the statewide conservation, recreation, and climate planning initiative. We've spoken a little bit about this. This is coming into form, and part of what this person or this consultant's responsibility will be to help this take a little bit more of a congealed form. Right now, it brings together several different initiatives that we think need to be talking to one another in some way or another, and including the water plan, including the statewide conservation recreation plan, and the climate roadmap that is that the new Office of Climate Preparedness is going to be tasked with producing. So we'll have more to report, and hopefully a little bit more of a sense of the process and maybe the stakeholding process on that. But certainly would be something that I think the land board would want to be aware of, and will certainly have applications for. Moving to forest health, the COSWAP program, the Colorado State Wildfire Action Plan grant program, has invested $14.5 million across 54 projects. to date. 44 of those are workforce development projects and 10 are landscape resilience investment projects. And the Department of Corrections SWIFT crews, which had a little bit of setback, are now building up to 2 full crews to participate in that program as mitigation, as for, in implementation roles. The Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission implemented really rather cutting edge, is implementing cutting edge or kind of nation leading financial assurance rules that were approved in March of last year. And that's been going well. And Orphan Well program, a couple updates there. The the existing Orphan Well program has obligated 23 to 20, or was granted 23 to 25 million in federal infrastructure funding. I think we talked about last month. And the first hearing of the Orphan Well staff mitigation enterprise took place on December 13th. And there'll be another hearing coming up in September after Colorado Water Conservation Board. The updated final revised water plan is due out January 24th at a celebration that will be kicking off the Colorado Water Congress, which also takes place here, well, in the Denver metro area, January 25th through 27th, for those who might be interested. Congress passed the Upper Colorado and San Juan River Basin Recovery Act. I think I got that right, which was a big priority for DNR. Several of us have been working on that. It essentially authorizes the Upper Colorado and San Juan River endangered fish programs for another year, and we'll be moving into more longer term authorizations for that. Both Representative Goose and Senator Hickenlooper were champions of that bill. That was attached to the National Defense Act. Let's see, finally, continue to face ongoing challenges, I think, as you're aware, on the Colorado River. 661 acre feet were released from the Upper Basin reservoirs as part of a 5-point plan to address what are historically low levels at both Lakes Powell and Mead. From combination, due to a combination of drought, climate change, and overuse from lower basin states. Definitely, we like to clarify, not upper basin states overuse. But that, as I think I mentioned last time, also in the governor's budget are some new positions for some policy and technical team expertise to support our Colorado River work. The Division of Reclamation and Mine Safety, one was awarded from the Office of Surface Mining, 9.9 million for their inactive mines program to mitigate underground fires in former coal plants or coal mines in Gunnison and Moffett counties. Those were from pre-law mining operations and have been smoldering for quite some time. The Colorado Avalanche Information Center, avalanche season is underway. We've had, I think, 3 fatalities or in the past, a couple of weeks. 4 total deaths this season, and a lot of those have come in these couple of weeks. They issued a press release urging caution through the upcoming MLK weekend. This tends to be a very active outdoor time for outdoor recreation, and new snow is anticipated to add to avalanche danger. So certainly urging caution. And then also CAIC launched a new web application to help in collaboration with a Canadian Avalanche Center that is an alert system and will help to inform the public as they consume avalanche weather forecasts. I think that's all I've got, but I'm happy to answer questions. Did I hit my 10-minute mark?
Is there a new head of CWCB?
Not yet, no, and that position, currently, Rebecca Mitchell is still the director. In fact, that was one of the questions that came up last week in the Smart Act, or in our Smart Act hearing, questions about sort of, what that transition might look like if she ends up taking on a full-time role as and sort of disaggregating the Colorado River Water Commission role. from the Water Conservation Board. So that's not a done deal, it's a proposal at this stage, so, yeah.
Is that part of the funding for the Colorado River? So she couldn't even move over there until funding gets approved? Or is that separate?
You know, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I think it is maybe a matter of disaggregating the funding, but I can certainly find out more information and get back to you. I'm not sure how the mechanics work.
Thank you. Appreciate you doing that.
Thank you.
All right, I do still want to take a wee bit of break so we can kind of get organized for the
Great.
next part of our agenda. So let's see, what time is it? 9:15. How long do you think we need?
How long is roughly going to take?
45 minutes at most.
Do we have everyone we need to
I
run a
don't
start early?
I think so.
Do we?
I think so. I'll double check, yeah.
Okay, because we weren't scheduled. to
Come back in 10.
10 minutes. Let's try
Okay.
10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, that's- that was the last day.
Yeah.
Folks in the room, just know that we're back live on the air.
All right, thank you. This is again the January 11th Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners meeting, and we are going to continue with our agenda with Assistant Director Greg Oakes. I always want to add another vowel to your name. I'll work on that. And this is this is a really important agenda item and part of what we're here to also celebrate today. So with that, I'll turn over the opportunity to Greg.
Greg Okish, Assistant Director, and
Mal LaFontaine, Acquisition Disposition Manager.
will be joining me for this. As you mentioned, this is something we've been working on for just over 3 years now, and we've often talked about how it's really easy to remember when we started. This was the last meeting we had before the governor shut state government down for COVID. So it was the March tour when we went out and visited a lot of these properties. You may also notice that up until this point, we've always presented this as a large scale REPI opportunity, and this month it's a proposal. REPI standing for Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration Program. So the topic deals with or includes discussion about 6 specific state trust land properties. They are all of them in and around Colorado Springs. You can see for context, this gray box is Fort Carson. This let's see there, this Colorado Springs is right here. So the 6 properties are the Bohart Ranch. I hope you can see these yellow circles coming on approximately in this location. Edison property, Big Springs, some land, state trust land adjacent to primarily the south side of Tree River Space Force Base, Aitken Canyon Preserve, and parts of Table Mountain. Collectively, this represents about 75,000 surface acres of state trust land and about 68,000 acres. There's a little more detail. Specifically, what this gets allows you to see is, where's the acreage? How's the acreage distributed? Bohart Ranch is singularly the largest single property we're talking about at almost 50,000 acres. From a revenue standpoint, the highest earning property is Table Mountain, and a significant part of that revenue I want to point out is mining revenue. I think the last time we toured, we pointed out there are several, 1 or 2 quarries. There's a gypsum mine. Those, in all likelihood, we believe if we proceed with this initiative, those uses would continue. And I actually, did you have a chance to look at the revenue number?
I did. Over 200,000 of that is from mining.
So the impact on surface revenue, were we to dispose of Table Mountain under this initiative, is really much less than this number. Any questions about that so far? So the general concept here is that state trust land adjacent to those military installations I showed you on the first slide is really that land not being developed for certain future uses is really critical to the future success of the military mission in those locations. From our perspective, the REPI funding provides seed money that would allow a third party, in this case potentially TPL, Trust for Public Lands and the Nature Conservancy, to use the REPI funding as matching funds or as seed money, and then to come up with matching funds so they could purchase over time these properties, place them under conservation easement, and then sell them into private hands. And the outcome would be that conservation easement would protect in perpetuity these lands from development that would conflict with military use. That's the big idea. So some of the benefits that result from that is, the first, I think, is stewardship. A lot of, Bohart Ranch in particular is in the stewardship trust. So the board has recognized it as an environmentally important property. But the stewardship trust is not a permanent conservation solution. It's a designation, it's a management designation that we put on state trust lands that we believe have the highest natural values, but it can be removed, the lands can be sold. It doesn't entirely preclude other uses from being placed on the land. So there, we staff believe there's really sort of an elegant nexus of interests here whereby the conservation community is interested in permanently protecting the Bohart Ranch, as an example. The military community is interested in protecting it, interested in keeping it in its current state because it's important to, as a training location for cadets out of the Air Force Academy. It allows us to dispose of the property and with some assurance that it will be permanently protected. And it actually opens up some opportunity for us to designate other state trust land into the stewardship trust. So that's what we've identified, staff has identified as the first set of benefits. Financially, the proceeds from the disposal certainly go directly to the support of K-12 education, which is sort of the bullseye in our mission. And as Matt described to you last month in December,
November.
well, that was in November, in executive session, we talked about exactly what the financial outcomes look like in executive session, but Matt introduced the concept of total mission aligned value generation, TFVG. And I just wanted to remind you of that because I think it struck a chord in terms of the outcomes we were able to achieve through the disposal of these properties. And then lastly, there are some other, I say other benefits there. They may not be in the bullseye of our mission, but they're certainly related to things in our strategic plan and other goals the agency has established. They also overlap with the goals of the conservation community and our potential partners, if you will, in this initiative. But it first allows us to accomplish some geographic portfolio diversification. If we were to sell over time, dispose of these state trust lands, they are all pretty concentrated, as you saw in the Colorado Springs area. We could intentionally, after analysis, decide to invest in new lands elsewhere if the money was not put into the permanent fund. It certainly looks like the goal of all the partners and the plans going forward will result in these properties staying, the ones that are in agricultural use, staying in agricultural use. And by virtue of that, it really will help contribute to the stability of the local communities that rely on the ranchers, and in this case, the ranchers and the businesses that they support in the long term. So did you have anything to add to that?
I do not.
Okay, and any questions on those, commissioners? We've talked a little bit about a timeline for the project, and you probably remember that there are 3 branches of the military ultimately as the beneficiaries. There's the Army at Fort Carson, there's Space Force at Schriever, and there's the Air Force Academy on 3 of the properties, Big Springs, Edison, and Bohart. And the construct we've come up with is that these REPI funds become available. I'm probably stepping on Matt's slides here, so I'll go high level. The funds become available over time, and so it's likely these projects would take a period of years to complete any individual project. And so we strung them all out serially. We'd be working on this for 40 years. And so rather than do that, because the various branches of the military can apply for funds in any given year, we've agreed that we would work with each of them, if you will, allow each of them to proceed on lands they're interested in parallel. So you see that compresses the schedule, we think, to perhaps 7 or 10 years, depending on when the funds become available. And this relates to why we've asked you to, in board order, approve a board order that has a 10-year timeframe, which is usually just longer than normal.
And Commissioner Fro, this slide speaks specifically, I think, to a question that you had at last month's board meeting in terms of sequencing by installation. So this is staff's current best estimate after consulting with TNC and TPL on likely availability and installation kind of priorities, what that might look like. this certainly isn't set in stone. The only disposal that we have good fidelity on the timing at this time would be Bohart.
Thank you, Matt. This was very helpful. And just a point of clarification too, REPI funding is an annual cycle at the same time of year every year.
That is my understanding.
I don't know if I know the answer.
At the same time every year, they may be released at different times, depending upon the budget cycle. I see that on TV like this.
We do have representatives in the audience and we may hold some questions for them. And that was Keith Klein, who's here with us today. I may, when I'm going to have you address the board, I'll have to have you introduce yourself.
Sure.
Sit in this big seat up front. Thank you. Next one.
This is Commissioner Chavez. Matt, you mentioned there's funding for Bohart, but that's only a portion of Bohart.
That's
Not-
correct, Commissioner. Only approximately $6 million of funding is currently in hand at the Air Force Academy.
But importantly, that does have an expiration. It's been in hand for a while,
Right.
and so we are. So it's anxious, intentionally bringing this to you today so that if you approve it, there's time to do all the steps in between now and the first acquisition of it before that money expires in the fall.
And how many acres would that or do we even know? That's a third of it? Fifth?
An appraisal is currently underway. That was probably closer to a fifth to a sixth of the total of Bohart.
The board has asked consistently, and we've talked a lot about what happens to the land board's existing agricultural lessees. And before I forget, I want to mention Nate Tanner, who you've all met on several occasions, could not join us in person today, but he called and wanted you to know that wasn't a result of any lack of interest or he continues to be very engaged in these conversations. He has a truckload of feed and fertilizer supplements showing a semi-load at the ranch today. So he may be online, but he wasn't sure if he could join us.
Nate is online.
Okay, good. So first of all of the existing agricultural lessees have been informed of these discussions. Our district manager has reached out to them, talked to them about what we are working to accomplish. We have made the disposals subject to a number of the existing lease rights. The first and foremost, the lessees, as part of their statutory rights, would, and Matt will get more into this detail, but what we're offering is, what we will be advertising as an offer is a purchase option. Our existing lessees would have the right to match any bid we receive for that purchase option. Secondly, as we, assuming none of them take that step and others step in to purchase these properties, the existing lessees leases would all be assigned to the buyer, the new owner. And finally, along with that lease includes a clause that says any lease cancellation requires 1 year notice. So they do have some opportunities and some notice periods that we think are helpful. The last thing we inserted in that, I might ask you to speak to it because I think you're more familiar with it, is this concept.
Absolutely. So staff's viewpoint was that we had a unique opportunity here, knowing that the rationale behind the conservation easements being placed in the first place was to introduce this concept of the existing lessees not only having their 118 right to match up front, but also having a right of first refusal to acquire the post-ease property, which may be considerably more accessible to them, given that it would be ease residual land values at that time.
So those are the steps we've taken with our existing ag lessees. Any questions about that? Then finally, this is where I'm going to turn it entirely over to Matt.
So these transactions will take place as non-simultaneous exchanges. That's the board's authority to dispose of land, set aside those proceeds for a period of up to 2 years and redeploy those into other real property acquisitions, or to allow those funds to ultimately expire and transfer into the permanent fund. But unique to this construct is that instead of selling these as single transaction properties, the board will sell them through purchase options. And so the process still fits neatly within the non-simultaneous exchange framework, but the board will advertise purchase options. There will be a stipulation that that the subsequent owner and places conservation easement or similar set of deed restrictions on it. We've talked with the board in the past about our ability to ensure that that happens once we have transacted. And where we were able to come to a kind of a creative solution is that the board will reserve a right to reacquire these lands at 95% of the transacted cost. So that'll if a conservation easement is not placed within 5 years. So that'll incentivize the subsequent owner to follow through with their obligation. Because of the size and scale of some of these properties and the annual REPI that we mentioned, these are most likely going to occur as phased options. So the purchase options will allow a right to acquire these properties in phases with certain minimum requirements. $5 million per phase transaction size and or 10,000 acres and no more than 6 phases per property per DoD interest site. All of the transactions will be subject to the board's standard reservations. So specifically and probably most importantly is the board's mineral reservation associated with these properties. However, a handful of them are also within the Denver Basin groundwater basin. So those reservations would also be applicable. These transactions themselves are anticipated to occur at appraised value. So what we're going to do is, what staff intends to do, just recommend to the board, is that we notice these with a $50,000 minimum bid per purchase option. And that would become the bidding variable. So as interested parties compete to bid on these properties, they can pay more than this $50,000 minimum bid for the purchase option, right? Only the first $50,000 of that purchase option fee would be creditable to the first phase's closing. And then I mentioned disposals at appraised value prior to and for this overall structure, we're coming to the board today asking for a 10-year board order to move forward with the REPI construct. However, each property will have a subsequent follow-on board order. Prior to issuing those, the board will be provided with appraised values for the first phase appraisals and will have an ability to consent at that time. But each transaction in each phase will occur at appraised values. Since these may be multi-year transactions, or likely will be, each of the phase closing purchase prices will be tied to a new and renewed appraisal that is current within 12 months of the actual closing. Any questions on any of these details?
Yes.
Okay.
And then Commissioner Chavez. Commissioner Fro.
Oh, yes, thank you. I didn't hear you. Yes, Matt, so just to get this all straight, this complication in my simple brain, there'll be a purchase option for each property with phases included and the terms you've described. Will all these purchase options kind of go to market or be publicly advertised and transacted, meaning the option, at the same time here in the spring? Or is there various timing associated with the purchase options? And if so, is there like a master agreement anyway, tell me a little bit about the timing of when the purchase options themselves are noticed.
Absolutely. Each purchase option will be tied to a DoD interest site, of which there are 6.
Right.
They'll be individually and separately noticed, and there will be a different bid process associated with each one.
Right.
Exact timing they will all occur to the extent that they occur the next 10 years, but the timing will be aligned with the installation's ability to move forward, which will be a moving target. So we don't know, for example, right now, when the Table Mountain purchase option offering would occur, other than it would occur within the next 10 years.
Okay, so it is tied to sort of the REPI cycle. And likely then Bohart is first according to your diagram and the fact that money is already available. And then those will just come to market in advance of a REPI cycle, but allowing enough time for control to be had and, you know, that whole REPI application process to happen.
Correct.
Thank you.
My question is specifically about the Bohart, I guess where I'm most confused, are we 50,000 acres and you said it's one, are we only doing 10,000? Are we gonna do all 48,000 at one time? Because it is it with 5 different owners or 6 different owners, that would be troublesome, I would think, over time.
Yes, so there will be most likely multiple phases associated with Bohart, up to 6. The purchase option will provide a right to a buyer to acquire the entirety of Bohart in up to 6 phases. That may occur in one phase. If TNC and TPL are the winning bidders, it's unlikely that it will occur in one phase. It's more likely that it will occur in up to 6. Does that answer that question?
So yeah, it's being sold
As a single purchase.
as a
option,
single, as a single, okay,
and then-
but then potentially over time, maybe if somebody had a lot of money. They can pay it all at once.
Correct, yes.
That's,
And again, the general concept is I want to be clear on the record, we're using TNC and TPL as the likely bidders. They initiated this process, but the structure we put together is if, to your point, if somebody else steps forward and is willing to place the conservation easement on it, we're agnostic about them. I mean, that
About the who.
as long as it meets the requirements, it serves our purpose, it serves military's purpose. The only one that might not be, you know, as well, the opportunity that might be missed there is TPL and TNC are the organizations in Palmer Land Trust that are really committed to the concept of trying to use this process to figure out how to keep local producers, agricultural operators on the land. And
but they have first right of refusal. Because Alan Bohart is their
This
lessee.
is the lessee, yes, and you all, if we get multiple bids, will have an opportunity to review them and choose the. Identify one that you believe best meets the board's interests, so there are some. Checks and
Do you
balances.
think somebody, interested party could bid more than appraised value, or could you just get saying appraised value, appraised value?
Right, in this instance, the bidding variable will be the purchase option fee. So instead of $50,000, they could offer 100,000 or, you know,
Gotcha.
Commissioner Heath has her hand up.
Commissioner Heath.
Yes, 2 questions. First of all, are there any water rights that are associated with any of these properties that we could retain?
So multiple of the properties fall within the Denver Basin, Denver groundwater basin. Board's current policy is to reserve those groundwater rights upon a disposition. So those would all be reserved in this instance. I'm unaware of any other surface rights associated with the properties.
There are no, the only other. Water development on any of these properties that I'm aware of are agricultural stock wells or domestic wells for the homes, so. There are no, what I'll call highly lucrative. Sources of water aside from potentially a Denver Basin groundwater.
Okay, thank you. And a second question I have is the sequence determined by us or by the prospective buyer? The sequence in which the properties would be acquired?
So the sequence of the phases for each property would be mutually agreeable and up to the board's discretion. For example, at Bohart, we see it most favorable to the board to start at the south end and work north and up towards the bullseye. The by installation sequence, if we went back to that timeline that had been up on the screen earlier, would be based on DoD's kind of prioritization as pertains to the timing for starting Schriever, Aiken Canyon, Table Mountain. With the Bohart, Big Springs, Edison, our staff's view is that the most important disposal from the board's perspective would be Bohart, so we wanted to sequence that first. followed by Big Springs and Edison. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Heath?
Right, and so we would retain Table Mountain until almost the end and continue to receive the royalties on those minerals.
So the timing of Aiken Canyon and Table Mountain would be dependent on when we had a good sense of REPI funding becoming available for Carson. If that became available earlier, then we would probably commence that sequence earlier. If it became available later, we would slide that to the right. As Assistant Director Okish mentioned, the mineral royalty revenue at Table Mountain would continue even after we sold the surface, disposed of the surface.
It might take a somewhat slightly unique agreement. The circumstances there are the mines are an existing use. They can't be eased. The conservation easement won't be placed in the mine sites until well after the mines are shut down and perhaps after they're reclaimed. So I think the conversations to date have been any acquisition of Table Mountain would at least initially probably exclude the mining sites, and we would continue to get that revenue. And I say all of that with the caveat that if and when that one comes forward, we will have to work out details around that specific concept.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brogue?
Thank you. Yes, actually following up on that, Greg, that was helpful. My sense is most of this appears to be fairly straightforward as to land area, existing uses, all the issues that would be included in the purchase option, as we've discussed. Table Mountain, it seems to me that given that there's a number of different economic considerations and easement considerations on that when it is time for the purchase option to be structured and go to market, that is a matter, the composition of it, the number of acres, kind of some of the terms on this more complex property would be brought back to the board before the purchase option goes to market. Is that correct?
I had not thought about it, but it's a good point, and we can certainly do that.
It might be, my sense is it might happen. A lot of things could happen with that property. And there's so many dimensions that it might make sense. The rest of them, I guess what I'm considering is all of them being included in the board order, but to the extent there's changes in the acreage or, the acreage, I suppose, or any other significant features that it might come back to the board before the option is offered.
I think it's a really good point. And you just touched on it. You all, if you want to incorporate that, we will need to do some wordsmithing on the board order when it comes up. You think?
So I mentioned earlier in the presentation that for each of these purchase options, staff would be returning to the board with the appraised values in hand. And I think at that time, we could also put forth any different details associated or with the structure of that particular purchase option. So I don't know that the board order needs to change, but we can certainly incorporate that in going forward.
I think that makes sense. The appraisal will capture a lot of the elements that we're talking about anyway, and the concern that board and staff have had to date about could the appraised value capture all the value components that we've discussed. So I think the appraisal will capture it, in my view.
Anything else on Matt?
No.
Okay. So as a wrap up, and then if you have questions for any of our guests or the representatives of the military, we can go there. The staff conclusion is that first and foremost, this proposal meets the agency's fiduciary duty to the trust beneficiaries. Second, it's an opportunity to permanently protect some important natural values and large landscapes in South Central Colorado, landscapes that have been, if you will, on the board's radar for their natural values importance for a number of years. And to put a protection on it that is far superior to the current designation stewardship trust. It supports the agricultural industry and local communities by finding ways to keep local producers on these working lands And it safeguards military installations and missions that really play a critical role in national, not only national defense, but make an extraordinary contribution to the Colorado economy every year. And so with that, the staff recommendation is that the board approve the disposal of up to 6 parcels of state trust land that we've talked about here. And I've got, we have the language for the board order a couple slides back when you want to see that.
All right, is there further discussion from commissioners or questions?
I just had one on the first right of refusal. That would affect just the purchase option at that point. Is that correct?
Are you talking about the 118?
Yeah, or yeah, to buy it.
It would just affect the purchase option.
Yeah.
And in this case, the lessee's portion of the land subject to the purchase option.
Yeah.
So we have
2 kind of options. So I'm sure there's 2. The sale of the purchase option, the lessee would have an option to match the bid for the purchase option.
Correct.
Later, what Matt has constructed is that after, if somebody else purchases, obtains the purchase option, ultimately acquires the entire property and puts an easement on it, and then proceeds to sell it. The intent to include language that says the lessee would have the first right of refusal at that point as well. So it's 2.
I think that's, yeah, fantastic.
And the second one, this is detailed in the memo, but the second one would be a non-inheritable, non-successive, one-time right of first refusal.
Commissioner Frobe.
Yes, I think as we're progressing here to a vote, I had 2 things. One is I'd like for the record to disclose the fact that I work for a global conservation organization called the Nature Conservancy, which operates in 79 countries. I have no really business dealings or connection with the Colorado unit of the Nature Conservancy, as I have worked and do work for the Canadian affiliate. So I would like to just disclose those relationships, and that I do not feel that there is any conflict presented, as I have no benefit or connection to the Colorado Nature Conservancy. The other thing I was just going to say is you all have done a good job of presenting all of this over the last several months with lots of detail and information. And I guess as I think about it, this transaction offers a lot of sort of co-benefits that, as you say, are suggested with a strategic plan. The thing as a commissioner, I also consider is the risk associated with a transaction like this that's complicated and multi-phased over time, et cetera. And I have to say, most of my questions have been answered, and I feel like the structure you all have arrived at mitigates the risk to us as owners in large part, risks of incomplete funding, risks of other bidders being successful, that the structure of the transaction will deliver sort of both the financial and the non-financial outcomes. And so I just wanted to say that as we approach this vote, those are the considerations that I have had and wanted to share to the extent they were useful.
Thank you, Commissioner Frobe. And we, just to affirm Commissioner Frobe's statement on her relationship with TNC, we have confirmed that with our attorneys, that she had not been conflict in any way with our conflict of interest policy. Something we'll also be reviewing later in our agenda. So just to let folks listening in or here know that it is perfectly acceptable that she votes on this item. Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comment. Do you have anyone from the public who would like to come forward related to this agenda item? Yes, we do have someone. Come on up, and if you can introduce yourself for our record.
Should I sit here?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
please.
Linda Hodges, I'm the conservation chair with Aiken Audubon down in Colorado Springs. I couldn't really hear the board proceedings last month, so I drove up here thinking I want to make sure I hear every word, but then the weather was awful. We at Aiken Audubon just want to be sure we understand fully what happens with Aiken Canyon. We are named after Charles Aiken, who was an ornithologist in the 1800s who lived on that property, and it's a very special property to us. And Matt has been kind enough to talk to me numerous times to make sure I understand this process. But the wording of the recommendation that the board approve the disposal of these properties leads me to think there won't be a chance for further input regarding perhaps the sale or disposal of Aiken Canyon. Is that accurate? That this would be my only chance to speak on it?
Looking
I'm
to
thinking,
our assistant director.
I think it's fair to say that now is the best time to provide input in the process, because I think after today, should the board approve the board order, we would be investing we and our partners would be investing significant time and energy under the assumption that we are, unless something changes drastically, going to proceed. So I think today, as the decision point, is the appropriate time.
Okay, somebody's in the doghouse.
No, I completely agree with Assistant Director Rakic. Would mimic those comments.
Okay, would we have, I don't know who I would speak with about conversations about what the conservation easement or deed restrictions would look like?
I might at some, I will ask Moorhead, do you want to participate in this part of the conversation at all? That would be more familiar with.
I'm happy to. Do you want me to step forward?
Yeah, why don't you?
Good morning, Rita.
Matt. Oh, Matt, if you don't mind introducing yourself.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Matt Moorhead with the Colorado Program of the Nature Conservancy and one of the longstanding partners working with our military partners, community partners, for conservation and agricultural partners to assemble the concept. Yeah. As far as in the case of Aiken Canyon in particular, my anticipation is that board order, as contemplated right now, places tremendous respect to the rights of existing lessees. It just so happens that on Aiken Canyon, the Nature Conservancy is one of those lessees, a relatively unique circumstance when this was first created back in the 90s, where we essentially prepaid for a 99-year lease, of which 60 some odd years are remaining on that lease. So in this instance, I do feel that this process provides sufficient security to the Nature Conservancy, that in our rights as a lessee for that remaining time, we have tremendous flexibility in making sure that even if the conservation and military partnership were not the winners of any subsequent bid under this, that we will have the ability through our lease rights to have a very large hand in designing the conservation instrument that would be required by the state land board to achieve the conservation and the military purposes as well.
Okay, that was just a slight misunderstanding on my part about what was going to transact today, and we certainly love the idea of there being conservation on the property. We're just concerned about what access to the public will look like in the future, and it's also a very limited access location, and which is wonderful for wildlife, which is one of our huge concerns. So again, access is a concern, but it sounds like we can speak to that in the future.
Through dialogue.
And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for driving out here. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, Matt's at the table. Do you have any, and Wade, is Wade on the?
He should be online.
Okay. Wade Shelton from Trust for Public Lands is online. If you have any questions for them.
Any questions from the commissioners? We've had such extensive dialogue together, and I assured we will be having much more in the future. So we just appreciate your partnership, particularly in helping us think through and work through a lot of details that are really important to us in order to make this transaction happen and respecting the values of this board and this commission.
Likewise, I'd like to express the appreciation to land board commissioners and staff as well. This is this concept is a large lift that I've seen many times over the years. People would shy away from simply because of the complexity. However, just the layered benefits this brings to so many different elements that are important to the local community, important to Colorado. The dedication everybody has shown to say there's a way to get to the outcome. The complexity is in the details, and the commitment to work with the details to create this opportunity is greatly appreciated and recognized by all of us. So thank you.
Commissioner Heath.
Commissioner Heath?
Yes, the question I have is about the board order. Is it customary to put together all 6 of these? I mean, it could be over a sequence of a number of years. And would there be any merit in doing these one at a time?
This is Greg Oakers, Assistant Director.
Assistant Director.
Are you having an identity crisis?
Now, this is somewhat unique, but from a staff's perspective, we think it's much more efficient for there to be a single board order. If we wrote 6 board orders, they would look the same. They would just, each one would only have one name in it. So I think from the efficiency and effectiveness of the board's time and staff's time, we believe this is the best way to approach it, but we're open to it.
I sort of like it, just sort of, it shows the larger intent of why we're doing this, the larger scale of what this decision means in terms of the next steps and how we have approached this and want to continue moving forward, and reflects the conversation today.
I agree. And Commissioner Heath, if your question maybe was, would we bring only one to you today for Bollard and would we come back in a year with another one? The answer is no. We would like certainty today, be able to give our partners the certainty today that they should continue to invest their time and energy in moving this forward and getting their funds. So, and it also speaks to Director Ryan reminds me, it also speaks to the fact that we have 3 branches of the military, each to some extent proceeding individually, and it gives them each assurance that we're ready to move forward with them. So I think it really does.
It reflects that collaboration between them and with us. Okay, any other comments specific to that, the question Commissioner raised? Or anything else?
I just appreciate Matt's work, that spreadsheet we did, and that was fantastic. That must have taken a lot of hours.
Matt, this has been a better part of Matt's life.
All you've done on that.
Yes.
I was going to bring it up at some point when you said earlier, and people have said about working through the details and figuring out how to structure the deal. I didn't do that. That was really all Matt's work. And so you're exactly right. We are where we are. I was able to, with Matt Moorhead, to sketch out the big idea, but really the execution's been with Matt.
Yeah, and I think that was really important to us, Matt, particularly around the future out in the conservation piece. Our assurances that we're comfortable with this, meeting the intent of what we're hoping to have happen in this collaboration with DOD. So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And Nick, do we have any comment online?
We do have a hand up from Maggie Hanna, and I'd be happy to bring Maggie forward. And other members of the public, if you were hoping to make a comment to the commissioners on this board item, use the raise hand feature to join the queue for those comments. 1 second. Maggie, we've got you on this end.
All right, can you hear me? Yay.
Welcome, Maggie.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, commissioners. It is an honor to be back involved in some of these meetings. So I appreciate the opportunity to ask a couple quick follow-up questions. In an effort of just full transparency, I am inquiring as a member of the community of El Paso County agricultural lessees that neighbor the Bohart. But I also am in an industry in which this type of transaction is relatively familiar to me. We actually have a REPI meeting happening in our office as we speak. I am curious, and I apologize to Wade and Matt and any of the other team that have been working on this. Is there an opportunity for some transparency around why the phasing of the transaction is required? I may have missed it somewhere along the line, but I think one of the unique assets that both Wade and Matt bring to the table in this transaction is that they have tenure and longevity. But as I have watched in our own, the Cattlemen's Ag Land Trust space, staff turnover creates unique challenges and commission turnover. And I'm just curious where that is coming from.
So I can answer that. This is Matt LaFontaine, Acquisition Disposition Manager. I can answer that from the State Land Board's perspective, which is that our understanding of the availability and timing of tranches of REPI funding relative to the size and value of the assets that we're considering for disposal requires these phases.
Okay.
So if Moorhead has anything further on that note from his perspective, but that's the State Land Board's perspective.
Matt Moorhead, Nature Conservancy here in Colorado. Good morning, Maggie.
Good morning.
The phasing, as Matt said, is really a product of the scale of this project. And the fact that even in the halls of the Department of Defense and the individual branches of the U.S. military, with the priorities that they're looking at with REPI nationally, this is the sort of thing that we simply cannot expect in any annual allocation sufficient funds to take down projects of this scale all at once. So effectively what I believe we're trying to do with the structure that Matt has put in place that works for the State Land Board is essentially, I think we are working on the hard part of the process and the design of this project up front. And so when we really get the first phase or two under the belt, I think for our military partners, I think for the State Land Board and for our conservation partners, we essentially will have a system in place that I like to think that folks like Wade, Hannah, Greg, and I aren't going anywhere. At the same time, I think we are in the process of putting together a system that makes it fairly straightforward in terms of the procedure to follow to continue meeting the obligations of the agreements and the objectives of this larger vision, regardless of whether or not a couple of us individually are still here to do that.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Nick, anyone else online with us?
Commissioner, I don't see any other raised hands at this point.
Okay, with that, we do have a board order on the screen and in our packet, and we will need a motion.
Commissioner Chavez, I move we approve the large scale REPI proposal as described in our board package.
We have a motion from Commissioner Chavez. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Clark. We'll call a vote. Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Frobe.
Yes.
Commissioner Frobe.
Yes. Can you not-
There's a Commissioner Heath.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, that motion passes 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have, I'm looking to Kristen. So we want to do a brief presentation, handoff ceremony. But we are not ready until about 10:30. So we're going to go ahead and move forward in our agenda, just cover a couple of quick items through the policy review. So welcome. And these are in your packet as well.
Sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Welcome.
Set Transactions and Record Services Manager. Before introducing the first policy for review on today's agenda, I wanted to take a brief moment and provide an overview of how policy is used and how procedures are implemented. Here to implement the policy. A few slides to illustrate. Nick.
Might need to click it once or twice to get it going.
There we go, thanks. The board's adoption of policies sets up criteria and guidelines for the state land board's strategies and goals. Policies include provisions indicating what the board believes is important when establishing terms and conditions for lease evaluations and approvals. Policies are a way of increasing process quality and are developed based on the state land board's strategic plan. Policies tell staff what the board believes is important, evaluating and or approving leases, what standards or best management practices to follow when managing leases. Policies establish standard terms and conditions and identify who makes decisions. Staff uses board adopted policies as a basis to create administrative procedures and guidelines which promote process efficiencies. The goal of the 3-year policy review cycle is to omit redundant and outdated provisions, enhance alignment among state land board's other active policies, and update to the most current state land board strategic plan. Turning now to the first of the 3 policies we have for review today. There's the legal action delegation policy for your review. There are no slides for this item. Staff considers the policy to be effective in supporting business activities of the agency. And the recommended modifications are minor suggestions that improve and clarify the language used in the policy. Staff recommends adopting the proposed modifications to the legal action delegation policy 200-003, illustrated as Exhibit 3 in your packet. I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Questions? I don't see any. Andy. Thank you. You have a order.
There's a draft order in your packet and I'll stop with a copy.
Okay. You have it, Gabrielle. Someone can give a motion. I'm used to looking at the screen, but we can manage without technology.
Draft order. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Mr. Chavez is our go-to motion person.
Commissioner Thomas, I move we approve the policy review legal action delegation policy 200-003 as presented in our board.
And we will need a second.
Second,
Motion, Commissioner Chavez, second, Commissioner Heath. We will have a vote. Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fro.
yes,
Commissioner Heath.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. That motion passes 5-0. Moving right along, Andy.
Thank you.
So commissioners, we have Lieutenant General Whiting's office logged in successfully and I know we have 10 minutes before we were going to kick that off. I don't know.
Do another policy or two, they're discrete items.
Sure.
Good morning.
It's an 8 o'clock hard start.
10:30.
Sorry, I mean 10:30.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We have both been instructed several times to work towards 10:30. Okay, where are we next?
I'm going to load my presentation and then speak to both items.
Okay, what's next?
Good morning, this is Captain Chrysostoma. I just wanted to do a quick audio and visual check before the general walks in. Can you hear me all right?
We're hearing you and seeing you perfectly.
Okay, thank you.
So commissioners, the slides that are up are for my second item, but the first item, I didn't do a slideshow on. It's request for some amendment and update to our conflict of interest policy. The draft recommendations for editing are presented in the packet as an exhibit. In my opinion, they're fairly low level amendments. We did do some tweaking to the form that we use for disclosing conflict of interest when it's known, which just made it a little bit more robust, brought in some statutory references as well. So this is an action item. I would welcome a motion to approve the amendments to that policy.
We have a motion. I'm looking right here.
This is Commissioner Chomsky. I move we approve the policy review conflict of interest policy 200-008 as presented in our board.
Second, please.
I'll second.
Second, Commissioner Frobe.
Yes, I seconded.
All right, let's call a vote. Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Frobe.
Yes.
Commissioner Heath.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. That motion also passes 5-0.
Thank you, commissioners. And in the interest of getting this done in 7 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yeah.
Also in your packet this month, you're presented with some edits requested to the management of trust assets policy. Just to hammer the point home, we use our policies as guide rails to make sure that the actions that staff can take independent of the board are appropriate, that the things we've documented in our policies are dynamic and responsive to the needs of the work we do. And, you know, as part of our process, we come to you every 3 years to make sure the policy is working well and meeting its objectives in terms of benefits to the trust beneficiaries. Policies in general extend some of the board's fiscal responsibility to staff, support both the strategic plan and the annual business goals that we set for the work that we're doing, and create process efficiencies and assure decision quality by making the things that we do rooted in consistent action and repeatable behavior. The policy in question, policy 100-001, trust management of trust assets, is a bit of an umbrella policy. It influences other policies as well as practices that happen in each line of business. It speaks to the asset as the portfolio of assets as a whole, but very generally. It's thoughtful. The policy itself is thoughtful about aspects of both the stewardship side of our mandate as well as the financial side. As I mentioned, it does bring some influence to other policies so that we have a consistent thread of governance through all the work that we're doing. The primary request of the board of the item that's in front of you or in your packet this month is to add a whole new section to this policy, 1E, which for the first time in the policy acknowledges that asset investment is something that's a really important piece of our toolkit as staff. Staff have been acting on authority from board orders that were granted, that were approved between 10 and 15 years ago in some of the matters that are part of this policy and part of the discussion today. And while at the same time, a lot of other staff activity has been successfully managed through policy. So it felt like an appropriate time to move from old board orders that are buried somewhere in our archives to a policy document that is more current, speaks more actively to the work that we do in the moment, as well as the current folks that are on the board, the commissioners. I'm sort of seeing what I can edit out of my statements. I mentioned that there are existing board orders that we're bringing together into this policy that serves as an umbrella for other policy. The request in front of you does ask for a little bit of additional capacity. We have found it an important tool for being able to act quickly on some of the more mundane pieces of the work that we do. And we expect some of that work to expand and increase over the coming years. And then there's a piece here that I think is important to speak to is accountability. By bringing this into policy, it forces staff to more consistently, more regularly bring the guidelines to the board to make sure that we are meeting, that the policy is meeting the objectives we've set out in the policy consistently by staff. So I just want to point out that, well, I want to thank you. I put a ton of background material into the packet. There's a lot that goes into these different pieces of authority. And part of the desire of putting it into policy is to simplify that for both staff and for commissioners. I want to point out that the dollars we're speaking about in the new section are specifically investment and development fund dollars. These are different from base budget. Base budget allows us to pay for personnel projects, other components of the business. But that budget, the base budget, doesn't give us a ton of room for asset investment, which is what IND was designed to do. Current authority established a $300,000 pool of money originally created to respond to some needs in our commercial portfolio and in land transactions. Relatively small routine expenses that were needed to move business along day to day. Over time, staff has expanded the definition of that authority a little bit to include investment in new lines of business and new business opportunities, as well as funding some research projects that ultimately do give us additional value on our trust assets. Excuse me. Separately, a couple of years ago, the commissioners approved a board order that created an emergency spending authority with the same money of $100,000 in reaction to an emergency that happened with a home occupied by lessees on trust lands. Staff in the recommendations, staff are interested in expanding the definition of what constitutes an emergency to include livestock, the welfare of livestock, as well as the viability of the crop. And at the same time, as mentioned, while bringing these together into a single authority, we would ask for a little bit additional capacity for staff to work with on an annual basis. Something new is, for the first time, staffers recommending that we establish a $75,000 sublimit under the $500,000 per project. I don't really have the right language for this, but per expense per project, meaning that on any single thing that we're working on and spending money on, $75,000 is the limit for the staff authority. And then the provisions also include making specific mention to the statutory authority that we have to spend IND money on personnel expenses. That is granted by statute. It speaks to some of the oldest board orders that I'm looking to consolidate. But I wanted to appear in policy with great concern.
Is it a single place to break?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep, I can pause right here.
I'm gonna get out of the way.
Right. In commissioners online, and for other folks with us today, we are going to shift gears slightly. Go to the presentation of the handoff of related to our record decision we just made. So we're bringing some folks in, and to let you know the sequence of events, we will have some remarks, take some photos, and then have a brief break. So with that, I'll let everyone get assembled. Come on in. Great, thank you. I'm going to, with that, welcome everyone. It's really a terrific day here with all of you. The culmination of a lot of work, a lot of years, and a lot of support. Everyone who's with us today in terms of brilliant minds coming together and thinking through a really important issue and coming to some really creative solutions. So with that, I'm going to ask, again, I want just for folks just now joining us, we did have a decision item related to this. this minutes before. And just to let you know, it is related to REPI, which is a funding mechanism used by the Department of Defense to address physical and regulatory encroachment issues. And we certainly saw the appropriate use of that idea incorporated both into our plan strategy and our recent vote on this decision. So I would like to ask Mr. Keith Klein to come forward. He has been our point of contact and put countless hours in towards this effort. And we're going to begin with Mr. Klein. We also have joining virtually, and we're very grateful for your time, is General Whiting. So Keith, I'm going to turn it over to you. We have a number of people in the room for folks who can't see the full audience as well as online, but thank you, Keith. And I'm going to turn it over to you as we start through this part of our presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. I have a couple of brief introductions of distinguished guests to do before you conduct that transfer you mentioned and take the photos, but I would first like to add my very personal thanks and congratulations to you and your fellow commissioners, both past and present, as well as your entire professional staff, Bill, who have all worked so diligently, not just on the transfer we acknowledge today, but also on the several other successes stemming from this relationship that we initiated a little more than 4 years ago. You've developed and implemented a military lands policy that has already been validated and paid dividends twice. The new 3,680 acre, 99-year non-development agreement on the mineral estate within Schriever proper that's also executed along with this transfer is also of real significance. Of course, there are many years you've already invested with our conservation partners and all the teams on our bases in the first of its kind Mega REPI initiative that you just mentioned. In fact, I think it's appropriate to further thank all of you in advance, including the Nature Conservancy, the Trust for Public Lands, the Palmer Land Trust, and other key members for the many years of additional work remaining in that encroachment protections effort. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Honen's attention or participation today. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you taking the time from your busy schedule as the Lieutenant Governor's Chief of Staff to represent the administration and help officiate the ceremony. If you please be so kind when you get back to the office to mention to the Governor and Lieutenant Governor that we have also benefited along the way from the support of the DNR, the TAG's office, the DMVA, and OEDIT at various points. We have other elected officials represented here in the room, such as Congressman Lamborn's District Director, the Honorable Dennis Heisey. Virtually, we have joining us from Senator Michael Bennett's office, Ms. Annie Oldman Gardner, as well as several other invited elected officials or their representatives from Mayor John Souther's office in Colorado Springs, as well as representatives from the City Council and the County Commissioners, all of whom send their thanks for this very important work you're doing. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Mr. Dave Daslish, big guy back here somewhere from the Colorado Springs Chamber at EDC, which is that organization with whom our Defense Mission Task Force that I chair, referred to as the DMTF, that's whom we're affiliated with. I relied heavily upon a few other of my DMTF counterparts, including Lieutenant General retired Ed Anderson, Major General retired Larry Fortner, and Colonels Denny Cripps and Ron Fitch. Other absolutely essential teammates, such as Fred Brooks from the Air Force Civil Engineering Center, or AFCEC, and others from the Air Force and Installation and Mission Support Center, and multiple field offices of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and from the Office of the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Installations, Energy, and Environment, better known as the SAFIE, and many, many others, including, dare I mention, literally echelons of lawyers, who at the end of the day, have all been instrumental in getting us to yes on these very complex initiatives. Not easily done. Having said all that, it is the team led by the commander I'm about to introduce, his immediate staff, and 3 of his predecessors that have carried the bulk of the water on the receiving side of this land transfer. From the civil engineer to the public and community affairs folks to the multiple mission support group directors and commanders, so many of whom were major contributors. I'm referring, of course, to Colonel Dave Hansen, who is the commander of Space Base Delta One, behind me here with the scuffed shoe that I just stepped on. They're headquartered at Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado Springs. Colonel Hanson leads a 2,500 member team, which provides critical base operating support to over 18,000 space and cyberspace warriors at 20+ separate operating bases around the globe. He joins us today to receive and safeguard the patent, which is the legal instrument signed by the governor, which transfers 640 acres of the previously state-owned land on Schriever Space Force Base to the Department of Defense. Upon completion of the ceremonial transfer and a couple of photos, we'll be privileged to hear from the Commander of Space Operations Command, Lieutenant General Stephen Whiting, bigger than life there on the screen. The Space Operations Command, or SPOC, is a field command of the Space Force comprised of thousands of space professionals, guardians, and airmen worldwide who protect America and our allies in, from, and to space now and into the future. As a senior commander with a long history in the space business, he is uniquely qualified to deliver remarks on the history of Schriever Space Force Base and the ultra important missions being performed there. We'll hear from Lieutenant General Whiting in a few minutes, but for now, back to you, Commissioner Scanlon, for the official handoff.
Terrific. Thank you, Keith. We appreciate you. So we do have an actual official signed document signed by the governor to facilitate this handoff. And Kristen, is it best for, where would you like us?
So we're all gonna get up and shuffle for a bit and do photos and the handoff right at the flags.
Thank you. And Keith, I'll bring you back for closing remarks, a couple of our other guests.
So, it's gonna look ultra staged.
Because it is.
All right, and Miss Christine, our photographer.
We're gonna do these pretty quick. They're gonna be kind of waist up. And we're gonna center ourselves around the flags. Okay, I'm just gonna test the light real quick so we can do this nicely. A little closer. 1, 2, 3. That's great. All right, I think we're ready to go.
You were in the return.
Okay, everybody smile. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And right here. All right, we're doing the handover.
All right.
You want me to open it to show it?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Great. And 1, 2, 3. Everybody open eyes. 1, 2, 3. There we go. All right.
All right, and then another exchange of handshakes. President Scanlon and Colonel Hanson.
That's great. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Got that?
We're looking great.
Right, very natural, very
You are.
natural.
Any other photos?
Yep. Couple more photos. Less than your wedding, guys. You get a little bit closer.
Feel like the rose.
2, 3. Everybody's looking good. 1, 2, 3. Very nice. One last one. 1, 2, 3.
Then we're gonna do one very awkward one, if you can get that screen. And
One, 2, 3. Great. 1, 2, and 3. And 1, 2, 3. One with flash. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're just gonna pick the ones with our eyes open.
For your partnership.
Thank you. Thank you. Really, really.
Wonderful efforts.
There's no authentic handshakes allowed.
Yeah.
Only the stage one.
Yeah, it's.
Only the staged ones. All right.
Good.
Thank you so much. And we have a couple of remarks, and then we're going to hear from General Whiting. So with that, Chief of Staff, Mark Hannon from the Lieutenant Governor's Office.
Commissioner, thank you so much. And again, I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank all the commissioners for the time today. I'm also very cognizant of our schedule and our timeline. As a former professor at the Air Force Academy, I can talk to you all for 53 minutes. I promise that I won't do that today. On behalf of the Lieutenant Governor, I really want to take a chance to say thank you. I have the distinct privilege to serve as Lieutenant Governor's Chief of Staff as well as Governor Folsom. And both the governor and the lieutenant governor very much so send their excitement and their appreciation for today's event, as well as all of the work of all the members of the commission, all the members of staff with DNR, all of our partners with the Department of Defense, as well as the Space Force, and really relish in this opportunity to join together. I'd also like to take the chance to thank General Whiting for joining us virtually. I know Lieutenant Governor had the opportunity to meet with the general a couple of years ago down at the base, and still talks about the amazing work of General, your team and your guardians, and just the amazing work that you all do every single day. So again, thank you for that opportunity and for joining us, for joining with Colonel Hanson today, and the amazing work that he's doing, for the work that Mr. Klein's been doing, Deputy Director Mott, and then also Commission President Scanlon for, again, the work, the leadership, as well as all the other commissioners. So again, thank you. I think a lot of folks in this room are aware, but Lieutenant Governor Primavera has the distinct privilege to serve as the co-chair of the Colorado Space Coalition, as well as the national chair of the Aerospace States Association, which really provides her the opportunity to see the amazing work that is happening day in and day out with the national security space here within Colorado. Our state is so amazingly proud of our strong military heritage and the role that we play in vital national security missions every day, including, of course, from and within the space domain. Given the critically important nature of the mission at Schriever Space Force Base, we are very glad to successfully complete this land transfer. This land transfer is another example of how the state of Colorado is working to be the best home for our military members and their families, as well as the vital military missions being carried out every single day from the foot of the Rocky Mountains. We are also the epicenter of national security space, with the largest private aerospace economy per capita and the nation's second largest aerospace economy overall. Colorado has served as America's hub for aerospace for over 60 years, and the state's thriving aerospace industry employs over 274,000 people, either directly or indirectly statewide, working at the forefront of aerospace innovation and collaboration across the commercial, national security, and civil space sectors. So again, really want to express our gratitude for all the amazing work of the team kind of assembled today, all the amazing work of General Whiting, your team, and all of your guardians assembled down within our communities, both in Colorado Springs as well as within Aurora. Again, thank you all so much for the time.
Thank you. We appreciate you. And give our regards to the Lieutenant Governor. I know she has followed this closely as well.
Very much so.
And with that, I'd like to turn to Lieutenant General Whiting here virtually with us. Thanks for your patience as we collected this crowd of folks who are here to celebrate with us. And thank you for all the work you have done making this happen in partnership with the Land Board. And with that, General Whiting.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. I'm actually very impressed that with your extensive agenda this morning, you stayed right on time. So that's a kudos to your leadership and to the work of the board. But to Mr. Honan and Mr. Klain and all the DVs, thank you so much for letting me participate virtually. And it's appropriate that Colonel David Hanson, who is our installation commander at Schriever, Peterson, and Cheyenne Mountain, is there with you in person. But it is truly an honor for me to speak as we witness this ceremonial transfer of the 640 acres of land from the state of Colorado to the Department of Defense. And I want to thank the governor and the lieutenant governor and the Colorado State Land Board commissioners for this enormous effort, because this transfer is essential to Schriever's mission sustainment, vitality, and growth. I would like to share just about 2 minutes of history about this original land lease that happened, because it's important for the national defense and the U.S. Space Force, but also for the state of Colorado. But if you go all the way back to September of 1979, Department of Defense officials approved plans for the development of a location capable of merging Air Force space operations at a consolidated space operations center and a shuttle operations center from which Air Force space shuttle missions would be controlled and monitored. Over the next 2 years, it was decided that the location for this facility would be approximately 10 miles east of then Peterson Air Force Base right here in Colorado Springs. And the state of Colorado granted the federal government land, of which 640 acres were leased state trust land. And on May 17, 1983, we broke ground on what would become Falcon Air Force Station. However, in 1986, when the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster occurred, those plans were canceled to construct a shuttle operations center, and the Air Force decided to move instead the global positioning system and other DoD satellite operations to Falcon. If you fast forward to today, Falcon Air Force Station is now named Schriever Space Force Base, but it's still responsible for delivering effective and resilient positioning, navigation, and timing for our nation and our allies through the ongoing operation of the GPS constellation, as well as most of the U.S. Space Force's other satellite constellations as well. We also now conduct operations to protect and defend our high-value satellites on orbit from threats we now face in space, and we operate and maintain the satellite control network, and we conduct global defensive cyber operations from this nationally important facility as well. Now, to execute all these missions, Schriever Space Force Base is home to over 8,000 military and civilian employees, and it contributes an estimated $1.3 billion to the local El Paso County, as well as the Colorado state economies per year. Given the vision and foresight of the state of Colorado back in the early 1980s, when it leased this land to the Air Force, which became Schriever Space Force Base, it is perhaps no surprise, as Mr. Honan said, that Colorado has developed into the nation's second largest aerospace economy. And I can speak for all of us in the United States Space Force when I say that we appreciate the strong partnership with the state of Colorado, El Paso County, and the city of Colorado Springs and its surrounding communities. So thank you again to all the stakeholders who participated in this truly collaborative effort with the Colorado State Land Trust Board to transfer this land to the Department of the Air Force. Thank you, and Semper Supra.
Thank you so much. Those were amazing remarks, General Whiting, and we appreciate you again being with us today. I'd like to add my thanks to the land board staff, our real estate team. This is not the world's easiest package of properties to put together. I'd like to thank my fellow land board commissioners here and those in the past. This has been a years in a long effort who have made this real today. I want to recognize the Department of Natural Resources and Director Dan Gibbs. We have Assistant Director Tim Mock with us as well. It has truly taken a village and a team to recognize how important this work is, how important it is for our country and our state. So with that, I appreciate everyone. Keith, I don't know if you have any final words for us. We will be talking more, of course. Keith's a regular with the land.
I could be an old man by the time we're done.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah, but thanks again to Bill and Greg and Matt and Chris and Kristen and Justin, my initial contact with the land board down there in Pueblo. When this came to my attention, I started Googling land board, and he was the closest to where I was sitting. So we went down and visited him, and he handed me off like a hot potato. So anyway, thanks to you, your secretary there. You were terrific. And a lot of good has come up. So thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to take a short 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11 just to say hello to some of our guests here, and we'll reconvene, pick up with where we left off on our agenda. Thank you again, folks. Online?
The mic is live.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, that was terrific. I was saying this, that's most people we've had in this room in a while. That was very cool, very cool. Okay, we are going to resume with our agenda. And Nick, what were you saying?
Well, I mean, an offer to the commissioners, I'm happy to pick right back up, or assume a different place in line or whatever. You just,
I think we should just go ahead and work, have you finished up what you were
and I will,
presenting, and we'll take that vote,
Sure.
and then we'll kind of go back to where we left off.
This is Craig Okish, Assistant Commissioner. I didn't say anything earlier when this slide was up because I knew the clock was running. I was just going to pile on what Nick had said about the importance of having some ability to deal with welfare issues associated with livestock and things in the middle of the summer when we have a well go down, or unless he has a well go down, but it's our well, we have to be able to respond immediately, and we don't really have a mechanism for that now. We really scramble. I just wanted to add some color to that.
Yep. Okay, see if I can build back to that same level of energy.
Yes, yes.
Let me just recap one point. Specifically in asking for the addition to policy of some spending authority. The dollars that I'm talking about are investment and development fund dollars. Those are separate from our base budget. Base budget does one thing, and IND was designed to allow us to make appropriate investments on school trust assets. And that's kind of, well, that's where I left off. Who's running this technology? Just a 60-second backup to what I was talking about. So there's a $300,000 authority granted to staff by board order in 2009 that gives staff the ability to spend IND money on those pieces of transactional business or commercial real estate business where we need to expense something that's part of the regular course of business. I didn't review any transcripts or anything, but I can imagine that the conversation was something along the lines of, these are pretty fundamental and understandable expenses. And we would love to have some ability to do that without having to come to board for every single item.
As an example, we use it extensively for property appraisals, water rights assessments, those kinds of things historically.
Yep, and then that's great context to add to the part where I mentioned that over time we've expanded a little bit of what we do with it, which includes some research and other sort of investigation type activities, other small investments that ultimately are leading us to increased trust value or increased values on trust assets over time.
I'm good at the examples. We're using it today to pay for the work we're having done looking into this carbon sequestration business to understand where we should be positioned, who we should work with, how we should structure our contracts.
Yeah, thank you. And some of that detail was provided in the board packet, so you get a sense of the kinds of things. I did a summary to kind of lump some expenses together. It's not super precise, but you get the sense of our volume of the kind of things we're doing annually. And I had started to talk about how we had created the emergency authority. Assistant Director Okish added some weight and support to the concept that emergencies aren't just with lessees, but also with the cattle and the crops that exist on our leases. And so those things, we would like support for combining those things into a single $500,000 annual authority to pursue expenses and projects that, again, both secure the safety, secure the safety of our lessees and our businesses on our assets, as well as continue to do some of the spending that we've done with this money. I mentioned that staff was suggesting that we create a sublimit. The emergency spending portion did have a sublimit of $30,000 per project, but the $300,000 component did not have a sublimit, and so that recommending we create one. Having discussed some of the kinds of things we use the money for, 75,000 or roughly 15% of what we're asking via a budget, via sublimit. Certainly happy to have input on that. And then I left off before I was appropriately interrupted by just bringing into policy a piece of statutory authority that says IND money can be spent on the personnel that it takes to do the business of the trust. Those are the oldest board orders that were provided in your board packet, dating back to, I think, 2007, 8, and 9. And while they will continue to serve important permission documentation in our record, having it in policy just has us remembering that that's a board approved use of the funds. The piece that wasn't on the slide was staff will develop a reporting mechanism to the board so that the board does have visibility into the ways we're spending these funds. My suggestion initially is perhaps put it in the monthly staff report as a little table that just shows, the projects that we pursued with that money. I understand that I'm asking in that case for your review on something that's already happened, but I think I think the staff has done a good job. I think we've got policies that do a good job of building trust between commissioners and staff, that we would continue to pursue things that are just fully appropriate. And I've mentioned in my budget discussions, nobody in this organization spends $1 without 15 sets of eyes on that spending. So, I think it's a fairly tightly controlled environment, and I hope to help build comfort if I can.
I personally like that. It's just it helps keep us informed and gives a structure for that.
Sure. So ultimately, the recommendation is that that the board do approve the amendments that are being suggested as part of the policy. And this is the point in my presentation where I fall on my sword. I inadvertently let the board order that's sort of at the center of this conversation, 2020-018, expire in March of 2022. In that time, I have continued to allow staff to encumber those funds as though the authority had not expired. I've provided detail in the packet of those expenditures. They continue to follow the same pattern. I would argue that those are appropriate uses of the authority, and had I done my job in February of 2022, this wouldn't be a part of the conversation, but I would like to make sure that best I can that I button up, the board's approval of the things that we do with your permission. And so part of my request is that is to try to help the board be comfortable in approving an extension of something that expired in March of 2022 current, so that as the policy takes over, we have the board's blessing for something that we've done. In my own kind of fessing up to this error, the suggestions for the accountability piece, I think is a helpful build-in to making sure that that kind of authority doesn't expire again. By bringing it into policy, I don't have to rely on a board order that happened in the past. And I've got mechanisms that help me manage the expiration of the board orders. So the recommendation is there. If you'd like a copy of the suggested board order, I have that on a slide. And I also want to make sure that it's important for me to mention that it's my assumption that that was the most important change to this policy. There's lots of other changes in there. And in my memo, I suggest that they're not as material as the adding of the new section. So to whatever degree I can continue to add comfort to what is being proposed, please let me know. Happy to entertain questions on this item. Otherwise, I look forward to a motion.
Oh, I will absolve you of all guilt related to an honest oversight. My only question I have is, always makes me a little nervous to put dollars in policy. But I think that's just our reality. As time goes on, I'm guessing that number will have to go up, sort of thing. But we can revisit that as staff deems necessary and revise the policy. I think policy is a better tool
Sure.
for you to use, but
Let me bring up too, that this does not end the investment and development fund requests that will come to the board as part of regular business. This is that mechanism that just allows us to act quickly with your blessing on a smaller section of the kind of business that we need to do.
it gives you some discretionary authority.
Yeah, and there will be lots of opportunities for staff to bring those kind of investments that we would like board input on for sure. That, you know, maybe we could do it with the authority, but we would like the board to put it in record and to make sure that we're discussing it thoughtfully. So it doesn't exclude coming to the board. It just
Yeah.
provides a path for which we don't.
I'm just saying someday you may need more money than that.
Sure.
But we'll manage that day when it comes and I probably. Okay. Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
I think we lost Commissioner Heath.
Yeah, we don't.
I have one. Is Commissioner Heath, do you have a question? I think you might have been.
I
teed
do.
up.
I do.
Great.
So a couple things. Well, first, are we paying any personnel out of the IND at the present time?
Yes, Commissioner, we do pay for portions of a couple of positions with IND funds.
And that's permitted per the current statute. The statute that created the IND fund permitted the payment of personnel in the statute.
And the board orders that created that path specifically were part of the exhibit 3, I believe, is in my packet. So you can see those in there. They're the oldest board orders.
Right. And
Yeah.
the next question is kind of separating those ongoing expenses, i.e. personnel, from emergency expenses. I remember, I don't know, maybe a year or so ago, we had a septic system go out and I definitely wanted to authorize staff to have emergency authority to move on important things, but I'm struggling with how we separate this, what would be $500,000. How much of that would be emergency? How much would just be ongoing? Let's start with how much would be ongoing.
Sure, the intended suggestion was that from that $500,000 annual authority, emergency needs could be tackled with that money. So based on the way that the policy is written, the suggestions are written, we could tackle emergencies on trust assets up to $75,000.
Okay.
Without.
That's the sublimit you suggest, yeah.
Without specific board permission. So emergencies is being folded into this.
Yeah, and this is not a reflection on staff. It's just more that I think the desire of the board to be involved in knowing what expenses that we had not anticipated, you know, from month to month. It feels like as a minimum, there ought to be a report in our packet. And I know you suggest there be some reporting mechanism. But, you know, it feels like I'm struggling with that, whether $500,000 is the right amount. So I guess if you felt like there would be a reporting mechanism on a monthly basis where we would know where we were either off on our budget or what kinds of things that we don't anticipate are happening, it would be helpful, I think, to me. So I guess I put that out there for other commissioners as well as for you, Nick.
Regarding what Commissioner Heath was saying, is the personnel, is that contract labor? Temporary or contract or?
Those are full-time regular staff. Yep. So,
And we're not circumventing anything in the state employee process. We still got to go get rules for FTEs. We just pay them out of this bucket rather than base budget.
Is there a reason for that?
It predates my tenure here. But the statute was, that created the investment development fund was set up so that staff could hire people that supported the the increase in value of our projects. Basically, in alignment with the dollars.
Pretty sure my position is partly funded.
It is.
Part of you, part of some of our real estate personnel.
So in theory, I value.
There's probably. I think that it's sort of gotten, it's become part of the history now, and I don't know how to unwind it. So. I will, it's an item we watch pretty carefully. Nick and I talk about this a couple times a year because I don't want anyone, there's state auditors and there's sort of the gotcha people. And we don't ever want to have anyone look at this and feel like we've sort of like crossed a line, or we've got a, shadow staff or a slush fund, you always hear those things over at the legislature. So we've tried to be pretty thoughtful here with the limits about what's the right amount to allow us to do the day-to-day things without coming to you all the time. We report on them after the fact versus coming to you in advance for the approvals. So,
but I'm in very kind of with Commissioner Heath. The 500,000, that's fine, in my opinion. But personnel, unless it's contract, temporary, I just don't understand why. I mean, can we extricate or change that in the future, or if Greg part of?
For instance, doesn't add value.
Yeah. I think, can we, there's the practicality of the matter, and it's going to require going back to the legislature and increasing a base budget by the FTEs that we've had here for a long time.
I recognize the process, and I would not support trying to do that.
So instead, we just try to keep it static where it is, not add to it. And rather than go back and say, hey, legislature, we'd like this funding to be in our base budget. Historically, we were doing it out of this other fund, and then sort of call into question with a different legislature the existence of the $5 million is what legislators call continuous appropriation. These are fairly unique and fairly rare in state government, and we have one, and we want to preserve it and not do anything that causes us to lose it.
Commissioner Scanlon, her experience.
I think I agree. I'm just piggybacking on with Josie's comments around just the transparency of how the budget, what's allocated for employees versus other, the rest of the fund, and then putting forward every month, as you suggested, what you've done, and then what the balance is, kind of going on an ongoing rolling basis. And that would help with us understanding where you're at and if that number's right or not. And it'd be a good test of this.
To attempt a clarification, I just want to be precise in that the way that I ordered my language in the suggested section, the acknowledgement of personnel expenses is outside of the $500,000 supplement. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, I assume that too.
It's just a stamp just to say, don't forget you pay personnel from this authority.
Right. I can't see Commissioner Pro, but I think I heard her. Are there comments from other commissioners?
Yes, I had a few. And the personnel thing obviously struck a chord with everybody. My thought on this, I agree taking it on as a change or going to legislature for that purpose seems suboptimal. However, as the state land board staff thinks about future staff and future needs, I wonder if there isn't an opportunity to, when one has to go to legislature and is increasing the base funding, to roll the people currently on this into that, and then therefore having a broader set of funds available for the emergencies. Just a thought. And the other thing I was going to say is, I agree. I think this is well laid out. Having, staff have the ability to respond and to emergencies and to things that have short fuse, as we did for the that housing deal, Greg, in Eagle County, I forget the name of it, with CDOT. That all makes a lot of sense to me. The thing I wanted to bring up, and I don't know that it means we need to hold up the approval on this, but if it only happens once every 3 years, it did create a little pause for me. And that is the goal number 2 having been modified to real property stewardship, which makes a lot of sense, and including land, water, commercial real estate, etc. But limiting that stewardship to protecting and enhancing the long-term economic value. I wondered why we wouldn't also include, as it is relevant, the natural values, since for a time now, the trust has been trying to manage its portfolio with both of those outcomes in mind. And related to that, so that's one thought or question, is down in the stewardship section. We ought to, I think, include water in there. And we may be discussing desired changes in leases that might advance stewardship or incorporate it, and that's all a TBD discussion. So right now it provides that leases might well have language in that, and that might well be sufficient. But I do know we're going to be having this conversation about grazing lessees and various, constructs for stewardship within that over the next couple of months. So all to say, my real concern is the real property stewardship and limiting it to economic value, and whether or not we need to do this month, or we want to take it under advisement or take it up later to see if there's any changes in the stewardship language relative to leases. So,
Commissioner, just point out that in that section that you're pointing at for the real property stewardship, that really is just bringing forward the language that's currently in our strategic plan. So it's just a direct echo of that language and honestly, we just kind of consider that section some housekeeping. But I think your comments are excellent for us as we think about pushing modifications into the strategic plan itself.
and actually, Nick, I had a question about that. It referred to some other matter of business. When is this strategic plan? It's updated every 2 years. Isn't that on course for this year? Did I understand?
Probably. I gotta look at our at our calendar of things, but we certainly talk about it as a board every 2 years. We wrote it last time, Deb, to get through 2026, which is, sorry, Commissioner Fro, which is the 150th year of the land board. And we thought that 4 high-level goals were the right ones. What changes out during the reviews tend to be more of the business plan goals and the sort of objective 4 pillars.
Okay. Well, then it makes sense to me. I'm not going to hold up if this is right from the strategic plan. No problem. And I think we'll just consider some of these elements, going forward in other, in a lot of other venues. So enough said.
Okay. Any other discussion with the commissioners? I will ask for public comment, given the extensive nature of this conversation.
Folks, if you're listening online, you'd like to make a comment, you can use the raise hand feature as I bounce between computers. I'm not seeing any hands raised.
I had kind of assumed not. We do have a board order if there is a motion.
If I might interject here just briefly.
Yeah.
I noticed that Commissioner Heath and there was some discussion about a reporting obligation. Is there any amendment to the board order currently being proposed, or is it just as currently drafted?
Commissioner Heath?
I couldn't hear that very well.
I think the question was your comments around
A request about the reporting.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, is there an amendment to the board order that would reflect what you were hoping to see in terms of reporting out? In transparency with expenditures that were approved today?
I would like that. I don't have the language prepared for an amendment to that, but if staff would be willing to draft something that reflects this concept, that there be in the subsequent board packet, a report of the amount spent and for what, and that could be, you know, not too detailed, but at least it apprises the board of what kinds of activities require this expenditure.
Attach that to a staff report.
I thought it was part of Nick's proposal. Didn't you say you would report every month on what was spent?
It's just the
Tonight.
point that it's not part of the board order.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It is my suggestion.
It was,
So, I mean, yeah,
It's easy enough to attach to a staff report. We
Yeah.
prepare that for you every month, and I think we could keep it to a simple spreadsheet with, you know, a
Yeah.
bullet that says, you know, we got an appraisal on this property and we fixed fence on this property and.
Good.
So that would advise you of expenditures that took place without your approval because they were under the sublimits. Is that, like, did I just create a huge amount of work for you
No,
or
that's-
something you track anyway?
that's the intent of the idea.
does it need to be in a board order? If that, or is that just practice we're gonna follow?
Certainly does not need to be.
Propose it just be practice. We're
Okay.
Happy to do it.
Okay. Commissioner Heath, is that all right with you?
Yes.
We have an understanding, okay. All right, with that.
This is Commissioner Chavez. I move we approve the revisions to the management of trust assets policy 100-001.
We have a motion, Commissioner Chavez, is there a second?
I'll second.
Oh.
Just ask for clarity. So the motion as proposed does not mention the extension of the expired board order. The way you put it on.
Oh, in the board,
About,
well, in the board package, it's in the board package.
okay. Just being clear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's presented in the board package, then that's it. That's.
yeah, you did,
Okay.
you did. I think we're good. I didn't hear who our second was,
I seconded.
Commissioner Fro. I'm not sure why we can't see you.
I might have it locked.
Okay, Nick may have you locked out. That makes sense. All right, let's have a vote. Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fro,
Yes.
Commissioner Heath,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes, that motion passes 5-0.
Really appreciate it, commissioners. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And we're gonna shift back in our agenda to final action item C, GMT surface use agreement, Arapahoe County with Steve. Not Steve,
Steve Freeze.
there's Steve.
Just give me a
There he
second.
is.
Load it up, Steve.
Yeah.
Welcome, Steve. You would introduce yourself?
And then you might need to click the mouse once or twice to get it going.
Steve and friend.
All ready, Nick? All right. Good morning. For the record, my name is Steve Priest. I'm the minerals field specialist, and with me,
I'm Lindsay Brandt, Stewardship Trust Manager.
also with us today is a couple of folks from GMT Exploration, Maxwell Blair and Hans Schuster. They don't plan to make any, they're here for any questions you all may have. As I mentioned, this is a proposed surface use agreement, and this proposed use will enhance nearby stewardship trust property, all while generating revenue for the land board, if approved. And I included we haven't done a surface use agreement presentation in a while, so brief slide on what agreement is, and it's a contract that allows an operator to construct a surface pad to develop offsite minerals. With horizontal development, surface use agreements became a lot more common because oil and gas leases generally don't let you develop minerals outside of the area you have leased. This proposed case would be a surface location on state land board surface property, but developing 100% fee minerals.
I missed that last part.
The location would be on our surface.
Right.
It would be developing 100% non-state minerals,
Non-state.
non-state, so fee minerals.
Thank you.
Here we have a arrow showing the rough location of the Lowry Ranch. Where the proposed surface use agreement would be located. Zooming in a bit more, you can see the state surface ownership in this pinkish orangish color. Also on this map are the existing oil and gas wells located on our surface in the yellow. The white are the wells that are currently inactive. They're either plugged or currently non-producing. And this proposed location is located here at the point of the arrow in the southwest corner of the range. This map I've included is the Lowry tier map, we generally call it. This map was created for the oil and gas lessee ConocoPhillips at the time, who leases the majority of this ranch. Essentially, what this map tried to do was to rate the ecologic values of our land on a map to help dictate where oil and gas would be constructed. This proposed lease and GMT's existing oil and gases are not part of this tier map. However, staff uses this as kind of a guidepost to roughly indicate the better portions of the ranch for oil and gas development. Again, with the arrow here pointing, the proposed location with GMT is located in tier 3 lands, which are defined as land suitable for oil and gas development according to that tier. Zooming in once more, you can see the proposed outline of the pad with GMT in red. The pad would encompass approximately 16 acres. Here you can see in the dashed black line, the existing access route that is used for agricultural use. If this is approved, GMT would upgrade this existing route and use this to access the pad. Also on this slide, you can see the existing GMT the existing GMT vertical well, which is located here. If this was approved, this pad will ultimately be reclaimed back to native vegetation.
So because Lowry Ranch is in the Stewardship Trust, really when this project came up for us, the first question we really wanted to ask about this surface use agreement is, kind of A, is it a new use? And B, how does that new use protect and enhance the natural values of the property, since that is kind of the intent of the Stewardship Trust. Whether it's a new use is a little bit of a great question, because we do have oil and gas development on Lowry, but this is a different operator coming in, or I guess not a different operator, but an operator coming in asking to be on state minerals. So it's kind of a new use, I guess. So really, when we thought about this, we looked at it as an opportunity for us to have a mechanism to do some stewardship projects that we've not been able to do otherwise. So it's a bit of a win-win in that we can allow the surface use agreement to occur and generate the revenue, and also take care of some projects that have been kind of out there waiting to be done. So we basically discussed with GMT that they would be willing to do projects as part of the terms of their lease. And so those projects are doing noxious weed management on the entire quarter section of their lease, not just the well pad and the access road, which is what is normally required under the terms of a lease like this. Secondly, to not just upgrade the road, but the road has some severe erosion problems where it comes down the slope that it's causing kind of off-road drainage issues. And so they're basically going to correct all of those erosional issues related to the road. Third is to clean up about a half mile of old barbed wire fencing on the quarter section that is in disrepair, and it's basically just sort of out there waiting to snag wildlife, cattle, and staff. And lastly, GMT has agreed if this use is approved to hire a contractor that'll come on site to build many small hand-built erosion structures. If the board recalls the site visit that you did last summer up in the Walden area where you visited Bolton Draw and saw the many Z-dike structures constructed by Wildlands Restoration Volunteers. This is a similar project that we would do with Wildlands Restoration Volunteers with the support of GMT, basically contracting with them. The head cuts and the erosion issues that you saw at Bolton Draw are much more extreme than what is at Lowry Ranch. The Lowry Ranch head cuts, there's probably 40 to 50 in that area, but they're quite small. I could speculate about where the origins of those came from if you're interested, but the intent is we can get a couple of projects done out there to get those structures built and arrest that erosion from continuing in the future. I think that is everything I had to share about the enhancement part.
Moving on to the revenue side of things, if approved, this location would generate a disturbance payment of $726,000, $726,750 amounts to $37,500 per acre. This is well above our standard SUA pricing for a few reasons. One, this property is located in the Stewardship Trust, which we tend to place a high value on those lands. And second, this property is near potential development. The disturbance payment, if approved, would be split. It would include a payment of approximately $181,000 as a down payment. That would be due 30 days within approval of this board. This would amount to 25% of the whole payment. The remainder would then be due upon receiving an approved application with the Oil and Gas Commission. Staff's generally in favor of this. It's a little unusual. Typically, we accept the full payment up front. However, this potentially has some uncertainties in the Oil and Gas Commission permitting and the county permitting. If for any reason the Oil and Gas Commission or the county denies the permit, we would hold on to this $181,000. And essentially no disturbance would occur on the state lands. However, we would forgo the remaining amount. Along with this, there's potential well payments of $200,000. Assuming GMT drills all 20 of the proposed wells, we would receive a payment of $10,000 per well after they began drilling. And along with this, an annual rental of approximately $72,000 that would be due beginning the first anniversary date of an approved lease. This annual rental would continue for the life of the well pad, basically as long as there's operations out there until everything is fully reclaimed.
Can I interject something, Steve? I was thinking about a point you made a minute ago about this being near existing development. This is on a part of Lowry Ranch that historically has not been considered for development. This was in the historically considered part of the conservation zone. We have been having conversations with Arapahoe County about rethinking where development is appropriate versus where conservation is most valuable. And so to Steve's point, this land does have potential value as future development land, very high value. But we don't think that development is likely to occur in the next 10, 15, or 20 years. And this pad, in all likelihood, will be gone by the time we are interested in development. So we've based the values that Steve talked about to some extent on what the value of the underlying land is, but with the expectation that we will get it back and be able to use it for that higher and best use down the road.
Thank you. Along with the revenue, this lease would include certain stipulations. The consultations have mainly already occurred as part of this process. The land board consulted internally with staff as well as with Florida Parks and Wildlife and all nominators of the Stewardship Trust as is required. As far as stewardship trust, Lindsay received comments from Renegade Oil and Gas, who's one of our oil and gas lessees on the property, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Renegade provided a comment in support of the proposed pad. And Colorado Parks and Wildlife recommended some additional wildlife surveys for animals such as swiftfox, burrowing on raptors, which GMT would be required to do if this is approved. Those wildlife surveys would be attached to the lease, and they would also be attached to the Oil and Gas Commission permit if they file it, which would make them both a requirement on our end from a lease standpoint and from a regulatory standpoint with the commission. Along this, we've would require a Class 3 cultural survey for any area planned to be disturbed. Any items were located during that Class 3 survey, we would have additional conversations with the State Historic Preservation Office and the landlord. There's also would be a Go ahead. Okay, there would also be a requirement for reclamation approval from land board staff for any interim or final reclamation as far as contouring, seed mixes and things of that nature. Make sure we're aligning with the property values out here. And finally, as Lindsay had mentioned, erosion mitigation along the existing access road that's currently in use, partially in use by GMT, but also in use by our ag tenant. There's a head cut further up the road from their existing pad, which they would be required to mitigate as part of this. With that, staff recommends the board approve and issuing a surface use agreement to GMT as outlined in the cover sheet. As I mentioned earlier, there are some folks with GMT here as well, if you have any questions for them directly. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions or as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you both. Any questions or discussion with the commissioners?
Commissioner Frobe has her hand up.
Commissioner Frobe.
Thanks. A couple things. I wasn't clear in the materials, or maybe I just missed it. What is the, might be a range of time, but what's the anticipated duration of the surface use agreement, like contractually? And within that, is there any limitation on how long the application period can go on, inside the lease? And I have a couple more questions, but maybe start with that.
Sure. So our standard surface use agreement contract has a term of 3 years for them to construct the facility out there. So if this was issued today, they would have up to 3 years to begin construction. The site would then be held by production, assuming they hit a producing well out there. It's hard to estimate. This is a little bit exploratory area, how long that would be. I think 20 to 30 years would be probably a fair estimate.
Okay. The second thing is, I think there was a note in the packet about consideration for we're getting brownie points or something positive that it's on our land and not next to the residents south of Lowry. I haven't been out there for a while, but my question is, do we as a state land board in entering into this lease, is there any risk we'll encounter, claims and issues and problems from any of the residents who might now be in the area to the south of the property?
This is Greg Okersh, Assistant Director. Can you ask me that again? Maybe, I'm not sure. Are you saying, are they?
I'm saying, are there residents south that, maybe they take their claims to the COGCC and they don't have any bearing on the state land board as the owner and lessee. I'm just wondering if there are more residents out there now, is there any sort of liability or issue for us as owner that arises out of entering into this lease, for well structures that weren't there before? Is there a hue and a cry? Is there going to be an issue? And does it come to us? I know it should go to the OGCC, but I'm just wondering.
I think I understand. If you haven't been out there, the development south of the Lowry Ranch looks very much like it did 10 years ago. It was pretty much developed as 5 and 10 acre sort of ranchettes and still is. That development pattern makes it difficult for somebody to identify, to find a well pad that meets the criteria for separation from existing homes. And so that was why the applicant approached us. There continues to be, anywhere we lease our lands for oil and gas development in the state. I shouldn't say anywhere, but we continue to hear feedback from people who are adjacent to our leases, residents that might be opposed to it. And I think historically, what we of staff have done is point out the long process. We are the mineral owner and we are the lessee. But the regulatory process is managed by COGCC and it's a rigorous and lengthy one. And so we defer to them as the regulatory authority. And if you got, well, does that answer your question?
Kind of, but so it sounds like not much has changed out there and it's not like there's a whole intense bunch of development that wasn't there. So that's helpful.
There is to the west. There is to the west. We have a traditional suburban density neighborhoods abutting us on the west side now, which would be, I don't have the map up. Is that a mile from where this is?
Approximately, I'll look back up.
About a mile to the west of where this is proposed. There we go.
Yeah. Okay, I can see.
Notch on the southwest corner.
So the pad again is this, and then
Yeah.
this is, it's up to see, you can actually see there's a residential.
That whole edge has been fully developed. So even where it looks open in this map, all the way to the north to the Aurora Reservoir, that is now developed residential homes.
Okay. Okay.
And the land down here is, as Greg said, generally 5 to 10 acre kind of small ranch properties.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Last question, how does the lessee feel about this? Or
I think they feel, well, they approach.
The grazing lessee.
The grazing. Go ahead. Do you want to, I know.
I mean,
Nick has.
We hadn't received any comments against it.
Our grazing lessee has said that they're not concerned about it. It ends up taking up a very small amount of land. I think when Steve got through it, it's less than 20 acres of one pasture. So he's comfortable with it.
Yeah, it'd be 16 acres for the pad. That would be new development. The road would be expanded, but the expanded road, including the road that's out there now, would be a total of about 3.6 acres.
Yeah.
And I'll just speak to some comments Nick made to me, which was, can you ask GMT if they would put a cattle guard in at the gate? So the cows, when somebody forgets to close the gate, the cows will stay off.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Christine, was that and more traffic, but there's not going to be too much. And okay, one more thing for later, but so I want to turn it over to somebody else. I think Josie had some questions or.
Commissioner Heath?
I don't know that you answered my questions. I was interested in where the residential development was at the boundary. Thank you. You answered that.
Commissioner Probe, do you want to continue?
I guess the only other is, I feel like, again, the lease has been well structured to provide benefits and, limit risks. And it's sort of a new endeavor since the lease is not unlocking state land board minerals and revenue. So it's an interesting new form of revenue. And I am familiar with, I think Lowry, that this decision would be harder if it wasn't at Lowry, just because of the state land board, of the stewardship trust designation, which I know is not conservation, et cetera. So all to say, it generates some issues. Overall, I think they've been accounted for, and at Lowry, it feels like this makes sense. So just for the record, it just was, it was worthy of our discussion here today because it is part of the stewardship trust.
Staff had lengthy discussions about this as well, for what it's worth.
I'll jump in there really quick, Commissioner Frobe, just on the comment that it's not necessarily conservation. Well, it's not conservation. It still does limit in the Colorado Constitution development on the property, and it's the standard that Lindsay discussed: protect and enhance the natural values, et cetera. So it's not conservation per se, but it is different than ordinary managed lands.
Right.
I agree. I guess what resonated from staff standpoint, and I think Commissioner Frobe's comments are touching on it, what made sense to us to a certain extent was the Lowry 10 years ago, and more than 10 years ago, 2011, the board made a decision that we could extract the state's minerals from this property while still accommodating other uses and achieving significant stewardship of. And we felt like we could find a way, even though these aren't our minerals, to continue in that theme with the surface use agreement. So the notion of we will get natural values uplift as a result of these projects and meet the requirements of the statute and the amendment, which is to demonstrate enhancement and still generate revenue. I personally thought it was a very interesting construct or overlap of the parts of our mission.
Yeah, and I was not trying to suggest one way or another. I just wanted to clarify the constitutional standard.
Well, and it does help, again, if one's being pragmatic and looking at all this, the structure of the compensation, given that it isn't unlocking a stream of revenue from state land board minerals, the structure of the compensation seems adequate for, again, this situation. So thank you for all the input.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions from commissioners? I will open it up, this up for public comment. Nick, if there is any.
Members of the public listening online, if you'd like to address the board with comments about this agenda item, please use the raise hand feature on your Zoom viewer. No hands, Commissioner.
Okay,
We should, pardon me.
go ahead. Mr. Heath?
Yes, I think we should acknowledge that there was a public written comment on this item, which we received.
That was a different one, but it could have been wrong.
I think, and is Crystal here?
Katie's.
Katie's here.
I
We
think it was
definitely have-
on this property, but on a different
It's
topic.
the oil and gas leasing agenda.
Oh, okay. So you're,
Similar but different, but your point's fair to always acknowledge when we have written comment.
okay, good. Thank you.
All right.
For the record, Katie Stitt, oil and gas specialist. The comment wasn't specifically tied to an item, but I can understand why it could be interpreted as either of the items on the agenda today.
Okay.
The question related to the Lowry Ranch deals with a completely separate process that's going on with a different operator. We leased Lowry at this point, almost 10 years ago, maybe a little more, to an operator who's developing the bulk of the minerals on Lowry Ranch. They are moving through the regulatory process. It's called a comprehensive area plan. That's the new framework under the new rules at the commission to develop the minerals in the most efficient and responsible way possible. Surface disturbance. So the plan itself incorporates the surface location of the pads, all the infrastructure that addresses wildlife, plant, cultural concerns. It addresses local government concerns. It requires the operator to have meetings with the community. All of this is part of the plan itself. So it's called the Lowry Ranch CAP. It was submitted, I want to say in September, about then early fall last year. So The plan itself has not been approved. It's working its way through the regulatory process of the COGCC. Our staff is aware of it because the operator has to consult with us about where they want to put things on Lowry Ranch. But the process at this point is luckily in the hands of the Oil and Gas Commission. So I would encourage anybody who wants to provide comments on the cap to address them to the COGCC, because that's the appropriate the comment on that particular process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Heath, for raising the question. Thank you, Katie, for the clarification. Any other comments online?
None.
Or, yeah, virtually, as opposed to the ones we received online. We do have a board order in our packet. And on the screen. If we could have a motion.
This is Commissioner Chavez, I move we approve the GMT service use agreement as described in the board package.
We have a motion from Commissioner Chavez. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Heath, and I want to note, Commissioner Clark had to drop off the call, so she will not be on for the remainder of the meeting. So we'll have board commissioners present vote. So with that, we'll take a vote. Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Probe.
Yes.
Commissioner Heath.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. That passes. That motion passes 4-0. Thank you, Steve, Lindsay, Katie.
Thank you.
Everyone. We do have a next agenda item with Justin and Justin. The Manzanola farm acquisition. The Justins, welcome. We have kind of a new Justin for me, so that's nice to hear from you.
So, you know, internally, we have Justin O already, and so we now have Justin H2O.
I'm sorry. I'm determined here.
We had
I
a lot
understand.
of candidates for the position, but we hired you.
You
because
wanted
we couldn't
Justin.
use that name.
Yeah, I get it. Okay.
Commissioner Scanlon,
Yes.
this is Deb, and I am deeply apologetic, but as Bill knows, I need to revert to the in-person meeting. I'm in here in Canada. So thank you, everyone, but I'm sorry I can't participate in the next couple of items.
Okay.
I believe we were going to go into executive session at the end to address a
Yeah.
presentation.
A
and
presentation of
that's
board
not
governance.
possible without.
Yeah, we do need all of us. for that.
Board commissioners.
Perhaps we could get
Liza.
Commissioner Clark back on the phone.
I don't think so.
I don't know what to tell you.
We may have to reschedule that.
Okay, I
I
just
know
wanted to
we're
raise it.
required to do it annually, right?
What, is there a timeliness to the 1198? This is compliant
Yeah.
with.
It's compliance, this is Donna Schultz for the record, Second Assistant Attorney General. The 1198 training is required annually. It
Yeah.
has been 13 or 14 months since the last time we've done that training, and it's a compliance with statute. It simply says annually. There wasn't a training in 2022 at all. If we wait till February, the statute doesn't include repercussions for failing to comply, but we do not want to comply with the statutes directing this sort of stuff. So if we need to move it to February because we won't have a quorum, we can't enter executive session for that training anyways. That's fine, but
plenty
we
of
really need to
time in February.
prioritize. We
Yeah.
really need to prioritize it in February. We've been pushing it since November.
So noted.
As your counsel, I strongly advise you.
I understand. And we were hopeful in his absence that you would be presenting to us.
I'll still do it.
Okay. As long as we have that assurance. I don't mind telling Ed that.
I'll come in February and take care of it,
Thank you.
since I already
I called you
prepared.
Eliza because I knew Eliza Schultz also works at the state. Names are not my
That's okay.
thing.
I've seen all.
So I'm not leaving us in a bind.
No, I think we're okay. We are already.
We'll
out of
tack it on to
compliance,
February.
But we have noted that this is a priority for February and we'll check the box on getting our annual training done.
Okay,
Okay.
great. Thanks for understanding. Bye.
Thanks for
Thank you. Good luck with your meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Pretty soon it's gonna be us. I sense the trajectory. All right, hang with us, Josie. We need you. All right. We're going to move on to, where are we? The Dustins, thank you. With that,
All right, good morning, good afternoon, good noon, commissioners.
yes,
Justin Osborne, South Central District Manager.
And Justin Vieri, Water Program Manager.
Today we are presenting a opportunity for a land and water acquisition in southeastern Colorado. So this acquisition provides a couple different opportunities for the state land board. First, it helps diversify the portfolio in southeastern Colorado. And secondly, it will provide a good net return to the trust. So in particular here, what we're calling the Manzanola Farm, it is located in western Otero County. It is roughly 155 acres in size, and this map here kind of zooms in a little bit closer as to where the property is actually located. To the west here is Pueblo and Highway 50, Arkansas River through here down to La Junta. So Manzanola will sit in between Pueblo and La Junta along Highway 50. And as we zoom in a little closer here to the actual subject property, you can see that the irrigated property is outlined here in red, sits just on the south end of all the irrigated ground here in the Arkansas Valley. Everything here to the south would be native range ground. You can also see right here the Rocky Ford Highline Canal. So this property that we are discussing today will sit right below the Highline Canal. I'm going to talk about the farm ground in particular, and then I will hand it up to Justin to talk more related to the water associated with this property. So to start with, the property once again is approximately 155 acres in size. It is currently divided into 13 different fields. They range in size from 3 acres up to 24 acres approximately in size. All irrigation currently takes place via gated pipe and siphon tubes out of open ditches. So just a little explanation on the two. Water would come out of the canal system to the actual fields, and then 12, 10, 8-inch gated pipe. I don't know exactly what the sizes are. Every pipe has a gate that you can open and close, let water into the fields, into the furrows. And then with the open ditches, siphon tubes, similar to siphoning gas out of gas. Same kind of concept. Last, related to the irrigated farm ground itself, it is currently planted in a perennial crop, which is alfalfa. So it currently is in a stand of alfalfa. Most of the ground in the Arkansas Valley is livestock feed based. It's field corn, alfalfa hay, and then throw in some Canex, Sudex type of feed for livestock as well.
I'll take it from here, Justin Vieri, Water Program Manager. So overview in terms of water. The state is divided into 7 different water basins, water divisions. This particular one is located in Water Division 2, and the primary river of that water division is the Arkansas River. And so the shares that we'll be discussing are the water sources are the Arkansas River. These shares of the High Line will be the land board's first shares of this particular dish company. I can't say that for sure throughout the history of the land board, but currently the land board doesn't hold any High Line shares. And so we'll give a bit of an overview of the canal and the ditch company. The map you see on the upper left, there's it's tough to see, but there's a orange dot. That's the point of diversion off of the Arkansas River. And then the water would move from left to right or from west to east. The purple on the map is the irrigated service area of the canal. The rest of the green is irrigated by other canals, other ditch systems in the area. This particular canal is approximately 75 ditch miles, so it's a pretty long ditch. What's a benefit to this particular property on this ditch is the property is located in the upper half of the canal. Without getting too detailed, it's a benefit in that we wouldn't have to wait for the water to get to the end of the canal and it all be taken up or dried away in the ditch. This particular ditch company holds 8 different water rights. I think it's a small water right, but it's one of the more senior water rights on this particular part of the Arkansas River. The primary water right is a 400 CFS, 400-ish CFS water right. And when I say CFS, cubic feet per second, and it's not the most senior, but it's also not the most junior. It's a 1890s water right is the primary water right. This ditch company is made up of 2,259 shares, and from some research by Westwater and talking with the canal superintendent, what we've come to understand is one share irrigates about 10 acres. With this farm being approximately 155 acres, if you do the math, that yields the need for the farm to have about 15.5 shares. So 15.5 shares, but we're purchasing 20.93, or we're seeking to purchase 29.3. So there may be potential for extra shares that we would be acquiring extra shares. I'm hesitant to say it's extra because it depends on the crop. Alfalfa is a water hungry crop. Corn less so, wheat even less, beans less, rice would obviously be extremely water hungry. So it just depends on what you're growing. But generally average, we think that this farm is what we would consider water long, opposed to water short. So long being you have enough, maybe extra, and short would be not enough to the point where you need to shrink the operation down. Continuing on with the Highline Canal specifics, the shares currently stay exclusively within the system. So there's no leasing outside of the canal to other canals, to other entities. That might be a limitation, but it also creates the market where shares can be leased within the system, if that makes sense. And again, within the system where that was the purple acreage on the map. Just a few highlights about this particular purchase, as Justin had mentioned, it diversifies the land board's holdings. Irrigated acreage is just more valuable and more productive than grazing leases. Additionally, water scarcity in Eastern Colorado in general, it's a good investment. Just the scarcity, it's a valuable asset. Just the laws of economics. So, and this purchase we feel is a little unique in that it has extra water shares. Again, it depends on what you're growing. But generally we feel like it's a little water long, which is good for security. And then irrigated ground is appreciating twice as much as grazing land, so it makes it a good solid investment.
All right. I'm going to speak to the leasing components of this that we're looking at with the approval of the purchase of this property. So we talked about this earlier, or you heard about this earlier, as far as the tier system related with the grazing rates. This, that also holds true with the irrigated crop rates. So this property would become a tier 1 irrigated rate in that we would own the land, the water, and then all the improvements. So it sets it at the top tier for our leasing rates. Secondly, staff is anticipating a 2.6 annual dividend return on what we feel we can lease this for through competitive bid. So that is what we are anticipating. And as Justin stated earlier, it's unique in that this property is waterlogged. So we will have extra shares of the ditch water with the property. That couple advantages to that, it gives us some stability in dry years in that we will have available water. And then secondly, more so to the state land board, it provides another revenue stream to come in with this lease. So, and then finally, I just wanted to put up there also, there is the possibility in the future, we just kind of had a discussion about IND earlier as well, but there is a possibility in the future that we may come back and look at some funding opportunities for this property. Currently, it is a historically proven farm. It's already, like I said, it's already in a crop that functions well in the area. It's got everything it needs. We just feel like there is the potential to kind of increase the water efficiency. And also, I talked about the 13 different farm fields, if you will. And so there's some efficiency that can also take place where we do some leveling and make larger fields that are a little bit more efficient as far as infiltration of the water, kind of increase the productivity of the crop at that point in time. So
Yeah.
we won't necessarily know that yet until we get a lessee established and has been there for a year, and we can kind of have a little bit more knowledge on the actual farm.
Actually, you pretty much covered it. This is Assistant Director Location. Director Ryan has pointed out that in the past, once maybe, we asked you to, we purchased a ranch, showed you the estimated return, and then came back a little while later and said we need IND funds. And so effectively, it wasn't meant to be a bait and switch, but we got a little bit lower return than we had projected.
I wouldn't have gone there either.
We tried to anticipate what the IND investment here might be, and we just don't know. As Justin pointed out, until we get somebody on it, there may be none. But if we can do some improvements to the water system and save even more water and then use that somewhere else, we may be back. We think the cost would not, because we think our calculation of the 2.6% dividend is conservative. We think we'll still end up there or above that, even if we come back and ask for $100,000 or so, but we may be back. And I apologize that we can't tell you when or how much we want, but it will not substantially change the return we're showing you here.
It's Commissioner Chavez, in regarding the annual dividend, on that canal, the city of Aurora offered to pay 3 years out of 10, well over $1,000 an acre. So the dividend would be up to 20%. But the shareholders voted again. So there is, I'm just pointing out there's value in that.
Asset.
Yeah. That was just, they voted, those shareholders voted that a few months ago. And then it was also another thing that's interesting is on your first map of the canal, everything on the top of that map was bought out by Colorado Springs. And that's tens of thousands of acres. So that's how much valuable the land is.
With that, we are pretty much at the end of the presentation. So staff does recommend the board approve the purchase of this approximately 155 acres along with the 20.93 shares of Rocky Ford Highland ditch water. And all this would be at the price that was up to the price that was discussed in executive session. We would love to field any questions anybody has.
I see Josie's hand, Commissioner Heath.
No, after public comment, I'm prepared to propose a motion.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
I just one other comment, 3 or 4 years ago, my farm ended up leasing this for a year. The owner couldn't find people to irrigate it and bale it and do that work. And it's a good farm from my estimation.
From your perspective, Gary? It's not a question, more just a general comment, not specific to us. Given the crisis of water in the state, it would probably be in our interest if there is ever ways we can help with any conservation, with ideas for efficiencies to be realized on any of our land, that we should undertake that as a goal of ours as well. So I appreciate that view and perspective. I appreciate Justin, and of course you. But it just seems like that should be something we think more, we're more forward thinking on, because that issue is not going to go away. It's going to be worse down the road.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the landlord did invest in sprinklers on
Yeah,
another farm.
for sure. And I think there's more things we can do like that. I think that's good use of our IND funds, frankly.
On the issue of conservation, I'll flag that we want to make sure that we're also being aware of how it affects economics with respect to the board as conservation enhances the value of the landlord's properties. I just want to add that to the.
Yeah, some of it's also best practice and that kind of thing we can probably help support our lessees in doing.
Right.
Just to realize those efficiencies of water usage. Thank you. Okay, with that, Josie, are you prepared to make a motion?
I am. I move that the board approve the Manzanera Farm acquisition in Otero County in language as approved as recommended in our board packet.
Thank you, Commissioner Heath. Second,
Second.
Commissioner Chavez, we'll have a vote. Commissioner Chavez.
Public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did forget that. Is there any public? There's none in the room. Is there that I can see? Is there any online?
Folks online, if you're interested in making a comment, please use the raise hand feature. I don't have any hands raised.
Okay, great. We'll go back to the motion on the table. I will call a vote. Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Heath.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, that motion passes 3-0. Thank you, Justin, and thank you, Justin. Very helpful. All right, now we have skipped a few items we've done earlier. We are, I believe, to Katie. Item H, the oil and gas lease, Katie's. And this is certainly, we did receive online public comment, just to remind people, which I will do so again when we get to that portion discussion.
Madam Chair, I also just want to have our AG confirm on the record that 3 is a quorum for voting on these matters.
Your quorum is not set by statute. Typically, it is set at a majority. The Colorado revised statutes provide that your bylaws should establish a quorum. I do not have your bylaws in front of me. I would be very surprised if it is greater than 3. I have attempted to find them. I do not. Anything that we do here that is outside of a quorum, we could fix by curative action, but it would be my recommendation that we proceed and we can confirm the quorum once I have access to your bylaws.
Okay, Katie.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Katie Stitt, Oil and Gas Specialist. And today I'll be discussing the oil and gas lease auction standard list for the February 2023 lease auction. This list is an example of our strategic plan goal to optimize leasing opportunities within regulatory parameters and to do so in a responsible way. And today I'd like to start with just a short summation of our leasing process. This infographic is a graphic way of illustrating how the entire process works. So you can see that there are a lot of moving pieces with oil and gas leasing and development. So I'm going to start by focusing on the top portion of the graphic to start. So the oil and gas leasing process with our office starts with a land nomination and a review. Not all tracts that are nominated will make it through the review process. A few reasons why a tract might be denied for leasing consideration is if the land board doesn't own the minerals nominated. I've had folks nominate things we don't own. If the minerals are already leased for oil and gas, we've already leased them, we can't lease them again. Or if there's another type of use on the property, or if staff identifies a concern on the property that would be incompatible with oil and gas leasing. So that's done as a comprehensive review, both with our staff and also with the consultation with subject matter experts, for example, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And we do all of that review process before we bring a recommendation to the board for leasing. And that's where we're at today. The board also has the opportunity at this point to hear public comment on the tracts recommended. If the board were to approve moving forward, the tracts are offered for lease through a bidding process on EnergyNet, which is an online auction house focusing on land opportunities. And if a tract receives a bid, sorry, we're down here. A lease will ultimately be issued and will generate rental income and possibly a bonus payment. Bonus payments, like in very general terms, are if there's competition for that particular piece of property. Somebody can come in and bid. If they're the only bidder, there won't be a bonus fee. But if multiple parties are interested in the parcel, they essentially outbid each other. It's like eBay. And whoever ultimately comes out ahead at the time the lease, the auction expires on that particular lease is the winner, and that's what they would pay the parcel. So those monies generated will benefit the trust. In this graphic, the trust is symbolized by the school. So once the lease is issued, we get rental and bonus payment if one is generated, and those monies go to the trust. Staff presents our recommendation to you commissioners based on whether or not the action is consistent with our mission and our fiduciary duty. And I know you saw this particular slide earlier, but I thought I'd share this graphic as we have members of the public joining us who might not be as familiar with this part of our decision-making process. And it's different than the requirements for other lands typically managed by government agencies. So. And going back to our leasing process, you might have noticed I didn't mention production in this process. And that's because 88% of the oil and gas leases our agency has ever issued have never entered into production. And no activity on the lands occurred. So despite that, we still earn money for the trust by leasing. So what about the leases that do go into production? Well, they'll start through the same process that I just outlined in the upper part of the graphic. They'll go through the nomination process, review, board approval, and the auction at EnergyNet. And the rental and any bonus is still paid into the trust. At that point, if they decide to go into production, obtaining a lease doesn't guarantee that you can even move into a production phase. Our lessees have to follow all local, state, and federal permitting processes. And all of those processes are not within our purview, as we're not the regulator. And all of those processes have various stages for public comment to allow input in how the development may occur. Regulation or potentially a body deciding they don't want that activity there can all stop this process there, regardless of purpose. If an operator can successfully make it through that process, even then there's no guarantee of a well. Projects require financing, and frequently they have to do some geologic surveying to make sure that they can place a well there and it will be successful. So it's possible that those pieces don't come together and they still don't have a producing well. So if they are successful in all of this long process and they manage to get a productive well, then the trust received royalty revenues which flow into the trust. So since 88% of our leases never generate royalties, why is it important that we continue leasing? So new leases are the most common way new wells are drilled. And at a 30,000 foot level, why is that important? New wells are required to keep production levels for oil and gas stable to meet the demands of consumers in the United States and worldwide. But to present a reason closer to home, regardless of whether a lease enters production or not, money generated from issuing new leases ultimately goes to help fund projects that matter to Colorado communities and our school kids. And for an example, Greg enjoys this picture. So this is Washington Elementary School in my hometown of Canyon City. I attended school there 30 years ago, a scary number to say. This is the original building that the community built in 1950. In 2018, the school district was successful in obtaining a BEST grant and the community matched it. And so in the fall of 2020, the students got to go to class in this building. This is like high-end building, like it's really awesome in our community. So new buildings like this are ultimately the end result of the thoughtful and comprehensive way we review our leasing process. This is done across all of our business lines. It's not just oil and gas. But it takes into account our mission, fiduciary duty, and our strategic plan and how we go. So hopefully, if there are any questions on the process, I'd be happy to answer those.
I'm just curious, for folks who don't make it through the process, COGCC says no, somewhere in the permitting process. Do they often try again? Do they drop our lease? I'm just curious, and you don't need to have
Not too many detail like into it. It depends. Sometimes they run out of time. Leases have a set period in which they can operate. So if they run out of time through that process, a lot of times they do. And in fact, I'll talk about that on this particular list. Sometimes they'll determine that there might just be too many hurdles to overcome, and it might be more financially and permitting successful to move elsewhere. So it does depend on what the individual circumstances are. But sometimes if they can't get the permit, they will try again. Sometimes they won't. Sometimes they'll attempt to permit slightly different.
Or maybe another company decides they might give it a go.
Yep, exactly. So for the February auction, the tracks for your consideration today are the reddish orange squares on the map. And the standard list includes 14 tracks, which is approximately 5,900 acres, located in Huerfano, Los Animas, Routt, and Weld County in the northern part of the state. So the tracks in Weld and Routt counties have been leased within the last year. And those leases expired without any development occurring. So the Weld County tracks in particular are right in the path of development, and the Routt County parcel has had some activity related to permitting ongoing. And they ran out of time on their current lease. So while our leases do have an extension option, it's for a 1-year extension. Sometimes the 1 year doesn't seem long enough for them to get through the final stages and what they need to do. So in this particular set, as operators made the decision to let the lease expire and they renominate to go through this process so that they get the 5-year primary term that a new lease offers. The tracks in the southern part of the state are consistent with our nomination activity that's been going on for like the past 3 years, where we believe the active exploration target is helium. And there has been some movement on some successful helium wells in this area. These tracks would be offered at the board's standard 20% royalty rate. The auction opens on EnergyNet on Thursday, February 9th. It closes the following Thursday. If you're ever interested in seeing these, you can view them online like you can with eBay. It's open for a week, but almost everything happens in like the 10 minutes before they close on the 16th. So as detailed in the cover sheet, we reviewed all these per our policy. Staff recommended specific stipulations on each track, and those are provided to you in Exhibit 2 to the cover sheet. The stipulations addressing staff and CPW concerns related to plants and wildlife all reflect the current recommendations from CPW or the responsible entity. And they've been reviewed by the board in the past, so there aren't any new stipulations out there. But I'd be happy to answer any questions on the stipulation. So with that, Staff is recommending that the board approve the standard list for auction and lease, just 14 tracts covering 5,958.04 acres, including the stipulations as provided on exhibit 2 to your cover sheet. And I'd be happy to take any questions, and I do know that there were some public comments that were submitted.
All right, first I'll open up discussion to Land Board Commissioners. Commissioner Heath?
Yes, Katie, did the staff respond to the concerns that were proposed in the written public comments? Or,
We responded to.
excuse me, on the Routt County parcel?
We responded and indicated that we would supply those comments to the commissioners, but I'd be happy to address them in some specificity if you would like.
Yeah, that would be helpful regarding the Routt County parcel.
So for those following along, the Routt County parcel is term sheet, which is abbreviated TRMS 2872 on the list. This is an 80-acre tract in Routt County, and it's been under oil and gas development, I would say pretty continuously since 1968 to provide some history. So it's not a new use in this area. During that time, operators have looked at it in a variety of ways. It's been involved in some federal exploratory units, which are a different kind of animal that are managed by the BLM, but there was a well drilled that develops the minerals on this tract as part of previous efforts. That well's been shut in for a while. The operator who's out there has been attempting to work through permitting process to re-enter that well and producing again. If that's successful, it generates royalty revenue because it's developing our minerals. But to key on this, we talk about horizontal well development where there's a surface location and then the lateral goes out 2 miles. This is a different type of vertical well. It's called a directional well. The surface location for that well is south of our lands. It's not on our property. But the well kind of slants down and then goes straight down into our minerals. So there is no surface facility on our land right now. I know part of the comment addressed a potential solar planning lease. The operator currently has the other 80 acres next to this particular tract lease, and the solar company and our operator lessee are working together on dealing with any kind of conflicts. But since they're focusing on this well, there's no surface conflict, so these uses can be cohabitable on the property. And then we also take very seriously, we want to be a good neighbor and participate in wildlife concerns and protecting habitats. So we do reach out for CPW's comments. This parcel does fall under our own stewardship action plan for our greater sage grouse. And leasing of this falls within the guidelines under both comments from CPW as well as our stewardship action plan. So staff still feels comfortable recommending we lease this.
Will those same comments go forward to COGCC?
Yes.
And the same interaction with CPW?
Yes, so we include all of those comments and recommendations that CPW and our staff recommend as a stipulation on the lease. So there's a stipulation that specifically references both the greater sage grouse and the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse. Those comments are on the lease. When they move forward with any kind of permitting, we submit them as part of a requirement on the drilling permit. So they also have to be in compliance on the permitting side. And so it becomes, you have to do it one way or the other.
Yeah. Commissioner Heath, does that answer your question?
I guess partially. The comments, I guess. Let me just take one moment again to look at the comments.
Specific to the sage grouse.
Yep.
Habitat. I just, while Josie's looking, COGCC can also add on additional requirements related to these same issues.
Yes, as can the local government, because they still have to go through a permitting process in Route County. I reach out to local government designees, that's each county can designate a representative at the COGCC to get notices. So I reached out to them, I included their letter in the packet. They want the lessee to know for sure that they have to get a permit through their process as well. So that's what the letter involves, and we make sure we give that to a lessee if this gets leased. So there's also the opportunity for the local governments to require certain things to be done in order to obtain a local permit as well.
Well, I noticed in the comments from Ms. Bush, they talk about a collaborative partnership with ranchers and others, that this would interrupt. I guess that's my sense of the comment. Can you speak to that, Katie?
I can speak high level, but I would freely admit that probably Mindy is the best person to address this. When we created the stewardship action plan, it was done in conjunction with the BLM's efforts to protect the greater sage grouse, which was also part of the overall, I would say, community effort in northwestern Colorado to keep sage grouse from being listed as endangered or threatened. My understanding of how that plan was implemented and moved forward is it was done in conjunction with those efforts. So I don't think our stewardship action plan is inconsistent with those efforts. It's how I guess I would address that. That concern. Mindy has reviewed it, the lands that were there. They don't
say who Mindy is.
Oh, sorry. Mindy Gottsagen, she's our Conservation Services Leasing Manager. I don't know if she's online.
She is. I didn't see her there
Oh.
2 minutes ago. Bringing her up as a panelist.
She wasn't feeling very well. so she
Doesn't look
decided
like you.
in the best
Hi, I am
interest.
online if I'm needed. This is Mindy Gottsagen.
Hi, Mindy, did you hear the question? Or I can repeat it for you. Basically, the question was the public comment addressed the local efforts, the ranching community up in northwestern Colorado in regards to the greater sage grouse. Can you talk about how our plan kind of interface with the efforts of the community up there?
Yes, when we developed, this is Mindy Gottsagen, the Conservation Services Manager for the State Land Board. When we developed the initial Greater Sage Grouse Stewardship Action Plan in 2020, and the board reapproved that in 2016, and the board reapproved it in 2020. We developed that in concert with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and we're also involved with the local efforts by a number of counties, including Route County, to develop recommendations that would protect the greater sage grouse. And so we included those in, and we developed it also in concert with the recommendations that were being made by the Bureau of Land Management. And so the proposed guidelines, the stipulations that staff included in the leasing recommendations for this parcel included all of those stipulations and leasing directives that were included in the Greater Sage Grouse Stewardship Action Plan. Those are the ones that Colorado Parks and Wildlife recommended that we include for leasing for this property, and we did that. Does that answer the question, Katie?
Thank you.
Does
Does
that better address that concern?
No, she's there.
I know the sage grouse has been an issue in the state well over a decade, and there is an organic process as that is still looked at and considered, and new ideas are brought forward. And it's always been often in a collaborative fashion with those communities. So it's still an ongoing effort, and I'm assuming as anything new emerges around best practice related to that could be also incorporated into our planning, etc. So I feel from a DNR perspective, this is a top of mind kind of ongoing issue. And we hope to stay abreast of new developments in new thinking. And I think our plan is currently in line with what we do know as best practice. And
These are-
mitigation efforts, et cetera, to impacting the habitat.
We did make sure, I want to say in the last 18 months, we did endeavor to go through with CPW to make sure all of our recommendations were in line with their current recommendations. And I will just add that at the time they permit anything, we can look at this again, and our lease provides the ability for us to include additional protections that we may deem necessary at that time, based on the information we may know if action occurs on the property.
And those same conditions can be attached to the permit
Yes.
from the county, correct? So
Yes,
there are
yes.
multiple ways that that any
Right.
issues can get addressed, whether it's through our lease, through the county's permit, or through the OGCC permit.
Correct.
I think Commissioner Heath.
Well, I was concerned that I didn't see any of those concerns raised by the county. This was an individual who pointed this.
I think the county doesn't weigh in quite yet.
My conversation with the county is that they want to make sure that anybody who takes a lease, whether it be with us or the BLM, because I know this was a letter that was sent to the BLM or addressed to the BLM. They want to make sure that whoever takes those leases knows they have to engage with the local.
With the county.
County to
It's-
get the permit.
When you get that, it's with the COGC permitting process that they really engage in their own process as well. And that's, I think, where they'll have robust dialogue around.
Yeah. Because under the current rules, you have to get a local permit before you can get the COGC. So it's all in that.
Part and parcel of the larger process. Okay, any other comments, Commissioner Heath?
No, thank you.
I don't see, I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Again, noted that we did receive, as we've referenced several times, online comment. Emailed to us that goes into our public record. And if anyone is joining virtually, Nick?
Commissioner, we have Diane Bush with a hand raised and
Oh.
promote Ms. Bush to panelist to address the
Thank
board.
you. And apologies, Diane. I know you reached out to me, but I was unfortunately out of state at a funeral and didn't get your message.
Ms. Bush, you're in control on your end of your camera and microphone.
Yeah. There, can you hear me now? Oh,
Yes.
Yes.
the video's not on. Okay, thank you all so much. And by the way, I was very impressed by your formidable packet. As you know, I used to be a county commissioner. Before that, I was a planning commissioner, and then I served as a state representative for 3 terms. And I am very impressed by your process and by the seriousness with which you take these issues. I also want to thank staff. Katie and Kristen responded to me. You have a great staff and they're very responsive. I know what I'm not going to go over my letter. You've already read it. I know what the constitutional requirements are for the state land board, and I'm very well aware of those. I'm also well aware of the fact that crucial permitting is done, of course, at the county level. I used to sign those permits and with COGCC. What concerned me and what still concerns me is, and I think this is an underlying problem for you guys, and we won't solve it today, is that conservation values are becoming more and more threatened as we see more and more residential development, more and more oil and gas development in all our counties. And this is certainly one example. This is a permit that expired. I don't know what's going on there. Something's going on. Oh, okay. And so since it was up for renewal, I thought I would chime in. And of course, you can expect me to chime in with the COGCC and with my county commissioners. I wondered if you had any questions. I was a part of that cooperative effort back in the 1990s when I was a planning commissioner, and then of course also as a county commissioner.
Thank you for joining us, Diane. And this is Christine, I don't know if you heard my apology. I'm
Yes.
afraid I had to run out of state and I entirely missed getting back to you. So I
No worries.
appreciate being with us in person today, but we were in the legislature together, so we do have some history together. All right, any questions for Diane Mitchbush while she's online from anyone on the commission?
Well, I guess you had an opportunity to hear how staff responded to the questions you raised. Do you have any further questions after you heard that?
Well, not so much questions, but both with regard to the sage grouse, but also the utility scale solar installation. I wonder if staff, either Katie or whoever else is appropriate, could tell us what's going on with that solar installation. I've lost track of it, quite frankly, and we don't hear much about it.
I don't think I guess I hesitate to try to call somebody up here without any notice and try to delve into that. We could do it in the staff
Sure.
report next month.
Sure.
Well, I would very much like to see that because, as you know, solar installations, particularly utility scale ones, are very important. And our county has a climate action plan. The city of Steamboat Springs has a climate action plan. And I want to make sure that, whatever decisions state land board makes are not at odds with these other issues. And I know we often have competing goals, competing missions, and competing issues. But again, if you could see your way, which it sounds like you probably won't, but if you could see your way to remove this item, this tract, that is tract 2872 from today's deliberations and particularly from the February sale, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Nick, is there anyone else online today?
If there's anybody left in the public that would like to address the board on this item, please raise your hand. No hands raised.
I am comfortable moving forward, but I trust really in the process where the real engagement happens around some of these community concerns and questions, both at a local level as well as a state level. So your tutorial on that was appreciated, Katie. Thank you. All right, with that, do we have a motion to put forward?
Just quickly, Commissioner Stanley,
Yeah.
before we proceed, I know there was a comment on whether or not we constituted a quorum from the land board. I just wanted to clarify my earlier statement. Industry custom, as documented in Robert's rules, is that a simple majority constitutes a quorum for transacting business. I would say in the absence of bylaws to the contrary, it's my view that 3 constitutes a quorum for the land board based on industry custom and a lack of authority to the contrary. I want to put that out there for the public and just state that on the record.
And if in any way that's not correct, we will come back and redo some of these decisions potentially if we had to in February.
Of
correct?
course, I was. The rules governing you are extremely flexible. You would have the flexibility to ratify any previous decisions, which would have been invalid for failure to achieve
Understood.
quorum.
That makes sense to me. Okay, so we'll move forward on the assumption that we're good with it. Okay, do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Chavez, I move we approve the oil and gas lease auction for February 2023 as described in our board package today.
And is there a second? Let's see.
I will second the motion, but I want to do so recognizing that there is another level of approval on this at the Oil and Gas Commission. And I think there have been some legitimate concerns raised from the public, and I hope they will continue to pursue this within the process. But I do second this motion.
With that, we have a motion and a second. We'll call a vote. Where are we down to? Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, that motion passes 3-0. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And we have one other agenda item to vote on the board leasing agenda. Tab 12 in your packet.
Hello again, Commissioners. We have the January 2023 board leasing agenda for your review. review and approval. Again, Andrew Set, Transactions and Record Services Manager. This month, there are 9 items on the board leasing agenda, including 3 competitive bids, 2 of which are agriculture, 1 is recreation. We have 5 new leases, including 1 commercial, 3 right-of-ways and 1 tower. There is additionally 1 extension for a solar planning lease on this month's agenda. Happy to answer any questions the board may have, but staff recommends approval of the January 20 board leasing agenda.
Right, commissioners, do we have any questions or comments on what Andy's presented to us in our packet today?
I'm trying, love to just call your attention to a couple of things in here that I thought were noteworthy. One is there is a 22,000 foot lease to Colorado Education Association that would go into our 600 grand building. I want to just point out that that's conditioned upon them selling the building that they own currently at corner of Colfax and Grant, I think, might be Colfax and Logan. But it would be nice to get our occupancy up at 600 grand and there's probably some nexus of, you know, education and board and stuff here. But that's we're approving the lease. They would like to move in, but they got to sell their own building.
A little bit of a contingency.
Yes. Second, there are 2 rights of way on here for Xcel Energy that are part of the beginnings of their Power Pathway project. And given that this is, David Roper, correct me if I get this wrong, but I think this is section 1 of a total of 5 big sections. The Power Pathway is the great big power line that's going to loop through the eastern part of the state and create capacity for a lot of the renewable energy to enter the system. This will touch us in a number of places over time. And David has asked Xcel to come in March, I think, and do a sort of a more holistic presentation of this, because I think we're giving this to you in little bites right now, and I think we ought to understand it holistically. Frankly, I'd like to too. So, so those guys are coming. More to come there. And lastly, the Fountain Springs Solar is an extension of a solar planning lease that you obviously have all approved previously, but this is part of the context of that. There's a bunch of utility scale solar stuff being planned near our and on our properties east of Fountain and Colorado Springs there. And this is a lease that we have assumed all along would go forward, and they are still going through the permitting process. So this isn't something new. This is in the context of, and we did a presentation for you, 6 or 8 months ago on the context of all the solar that was going on down there. And so this is all part of that and not something new or different different than what we thought was going on.
All right, we will open this to public comment. I don't see any in the room. If there's any online.
Online, folks, use that raise hand feature. Commissioner, no raised hands.
Okay, then we'll need a motion.
This Commissioner Chavez, I move we approve the board leasing agenda for January 2023.
Commissioner Heath, how do you feel? Wait, Commissioner Heath, how do you feel about moving a second?
Yes, I did. I second.
Oh, thank you. Motion by Commissioner Chavez, second Commissioner Heath, we'll call a vote. Commissioner Chavez.
Yes.
Commissioner Heath. I think that was a yes. And the chair votes yes, that motion passes 3-0. Thanks, Amy. With that, are there any comments from commissioners on the minutes from our last meeting? All right, we will, the minutes are then approved by acclamation, and we will move forward with our board governance training, as it were, at our next meeting, but appreciate MAU taking your time with us today.
All day, yeah.
Yeah, you just want, it was an interesting day.
It was.
It was one of our more interesting days. All right, so we are adjourned. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.